Well, I wanted to get our signal on. I think we've got a little echoing problem here. Let me see if I can correct that. One moment, please. All right, echo gone. We're still setting up our cameras. And the one camera we had working has already crashed out on us. So stand by. We'll be with you with a picture within about 5 minutes, I would hope. So you're watching Runway DFW live from DFW International Airport in Texas. Audio only for the time being. All right, we've got camera number 1 plugged in, so we'll put that up while I continue with our setup. Thank you for your patience. All right, let's got a progress report here. Okay, so we've got camera 2 going, making progress. We still got a couple more things to plug in, so I beg your indulgence as we continue with the setup for today's edition of Runway DFW. Hang in there, we'll be right with you. Well, not quite all set up yet, but we do have something to show you. Before that, look at that. It's the Lufthansa A340. So we can't let that escape our attention. And we should actually show you the picture of it. There it is. Okay, I love every time we see this plane. This is my second favorite plane next to the 747. Of course, this is Lufthansa. It is going to Frankfurt. So we've got almost everything set up now except for one more camera.
Tower on board 3426, visual warning, rest. One A right, clear land on board 3426. We'll mark it inside to American. Leave on hold short, runway 187. On board about 242. Runway 18 left, Foxtrot Alpha 2165 on top of the 21.
All right, there you go, our first departure of the day. Now I got to get back to what I was up to. So it'll be another couple of minutes, and then we'll be with you with our full broadcast. So again, thank you for your patience as we get ready to bring you the start of Runway DFW for this Saturday, August number 10. Let me do that so you know what time it is and where we are. And I'll put in this. And okay, so I'm going to be off mic for a little bit longer. Put on a little bit more music and we will keep going here and I'll be right back.
RNAV, alarm, 18 left, clear for takeoff, so the 948. RNAV to be parked, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 636.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Waltz Worko.
Alrighty then, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be on this big blue marble. A little late we are, yes, I confess, but it's Walt with you once again with Runway DFW. This time we're back at our the friendly confines of Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport after a sojourn to Dallas Love Field on Thursday, was it? I've lost all track of time. I think it was Thursday morning. Anyway, we're glad you could be here. I'm sorry for the delay. Thank you for your patience. And we'll get it going here on a Saturday edition of Runway DFW. So what do we have to look forward to? Well, we should have the arrival of the British Airways A380 Speedbird from London coming up within the hour. I haven't checked to see how far away it is, but we're glad to have you with us. And Super 80's Adrian makes sure that everybody knows that this broadcast comes to you in color. So I'm kind of scrolling through your messages here. I know I've missed a lot already. I see Johnny Dodge in here. Did I see that correctly? Uncle Johnny hurt his back this week? Oh no. I am no spring chicken anymore. I can't be picking stuff up like I used to. The perils of being 44. Well, all right, Johnny. You'll be okay. Well, let's have some aviation activity for you here. Coming in from Yum. Yuma, Arizona, American Flight 4859, American Eagle 4859, a CRJ 701 ER. Well, here we are, back at our position. Now, we've positioned ourselves, we're currently in the sun, but we've positioned ourselves so that within the next 10 or 15 minutes, we will be shielded by the mighty shade structure here at Dallas-Fort Worth Founders Plaza. And I just can't wait for that to kick in because it's pretty darn hot. It's around, my car said it was 99 degrees when I last checked as I was driving over here. So it's it's a warm one. No question about it. Coming up is an Airbus A380, American Flight 641, arriving from Austin, Texas, our state capital. Let's see, Yin A350 says hello, Runway DFW, and everybody in the chat. Johnny Dodge says hello, Walt. Hey to you, Johnny. Haven't seen you in a while in person. Brooksy Cowgill with a hello. Hello to you. V1 Aviation says, I got the settings on the YOLO box figured out. I think so. We're working on the YOLO box today. That is a little box which helps us switch the cameras and also transmit our signal to the interwebs. And I've had my issues with it, but seems to be working out. It's a lot more frugal on batteries than my MacBook Pro, I have to say that. Coming in from Silao in Mexico, American Flight 1393, 737-800. We'll be quiet for a moment here, then we will see the arrival of American Flight 393 from Mexico City, 737-800. And that in turn will be followed by Qantas Flight 7, coming all the way from Sydney, Australia. Janelle Wilson says, good evening, Walt. As someone who lives very close to DFW, I definitely agree that it's hot, stay hydrated. I've got many waters. I've got an insulated mug. One reason I was late is because I stopped to get some ice to put in my insulated mug. And that helps a lot. In fact, let me put that in the shadow. My mug. Shout out to Leighton, one of our viewers who came here from Jacksonville. He's out of sight right now. Oh, you could hear that Australian flight crew there, couldn't you? All right, but next up, or first up, is the flight from Mexico City. Maybe we'll get to talk to Leighton in a little bit. It's a young man who wants to be a pilot. He watches Runway DFW from his home in Florida, and he was visiting Dallas and said, I'd like to come out and see what you do. Brooksy Cowgill, sorry, said, can you put my name up there? By up there, does that mean here? And if so, I believe we have achieved success. Yeah, Wallach says, whoa, easy 737. Yeah, that was a little rough landing. Aviation Geek says, hello, Walt, hello to you. AG. V1 Aviation agrees with the sketchy landing. Well, we'll see. As the winds come out of the east today, it's kind of a crosswind affair for planes coming in from the north. But our next arrival is the aforementioned Qantas flight coming in from Australia. And you may see it on your viewfinder. Oh, there it is. Okay. We're still in the sun for a little bit longer where we are before the shade kicks in. It's a Dash 9 Dreamliner. We don't normally see this come in. We're not here when it arrives. On most of the time we're here, we usually see it go out late at night. So Qantas flight number 7 coming in from Sydney after 14 hours and 42 minutes in the sky. Headed over to Terminal D now for deplaning. V1 Aviation says, funny thing to say in Australian accent. If you say the letters R and R quickly, it sounds like saying oh no with an Aussie accent. I don't know if I can get that right. Wallach's out here spotting with Walt while watching him in real life and on the live. Well, hello to you, Wallach's. A moment of quietude here. We're going to talk to Leighton here. We're going to look over at that camera there. Let me punch it up. I think that's the right one. So here's Leighton. Leighton, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm 12 years old and I'm turning 13 tomorrow.
Whoa.
It's my birthday tomorrow.
We'll have to play the birthday song for you.
And I like the Airbus 321 and the Embraer jets.
Okay, well you'll see some of those here, right?
Yes.
Now you told me before you want to be a pilot.
Yes, I want to be a pilot for American Airlines.
Have you done any training yet? You do a flight simulator or anything like that?
Yes, we have a flight simulator at home called X-Plane, and we fly different types of jets that they have on there.
And what's your favorite one to fly?
My favorite one is the Embraer 175.
Okay. So you come here from Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
And just today.
Yes, sir.
And you contacted me and said, I'd like to come out and see
Yes.
what you're doing. Did you have any trouble finding the this place?
No, I've heard of this place. I saw that the planes earlier, we arrived on the south side of the airport, so they were running like this way. So I was like, oh, I saw your stream one time and you were on the south side. So I was confused, like, where in the south side? And then that's when the runways flipped. I was like, okay, we can go to the Founders Plaza.
I'm glad they flipped because it's pretty, well, it's a kind of a remote area down there, not exactly as friendly as this place is.
Yes.
All right, well, Leighton, we'll have a great trip. You're going to be here for a few days?
Yes.
With your family?
Yes, sir.
That's so cool. Well, thank you for stopping by. Thanks for coming to see me. And we'll, you going to hang out for a while?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll see you soon. Thank you. What a nice young man. That was Leighton. Stephen Brown says, awesome, I play X-Plane also. And Bill Caldum says, happy birthday, Leighton. And I would play the birthday song, except that our poor little iPad, which delivers all of our music to us, has now officially overheated. It's been in the sun, so we will have to delay our celebratory birthday music. All right, you saw it there. It was a, let's see, we got Airbus A321 coming in from Phoenix, Arizona, American Airlines. Our next arrival on Runway DFW. I have to explain something to you because of the heat involved, and because I don't have my iPad available to me. I can't pay as close attention to the chat as I normally do. So please don't feel left out if I haven't commemorated your chats. I'll do the best I can. We'll do a little better once we get into the shade here. Dreamliner arriving. A little too much glare on the screen to be able to tell you where that's coming from at this moment. All right, that arrived from Beijing. No, I'm sorry, from Shanghai. Shanghai, correction. The 7878, American Flight 128, arriving after a 12 and a half hour flight from Shanghai. Kevin Kelly has favored us with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Kevin. It reminds me, I need to put our alert box on the screen. That might help me keep up with things here. And V1 Aviation commenting on our chat with young Leighton, he says, isn't the aviation community wholesome? Worldwide community from young to old, all enjoying the spirit of aviation. I totally agree with you. See, Pip Hastings Aviation is in the stream today. Talking about the random spotter. Good to see you there, Pip. Bill Platt, our moderator, one of our mods, says the more positive you put in this world, you'll get the same in return. That is a good way to think about things. Patrick Lloyd says, hello, everybody. And Pip suggests make sure to stay hydrated. I think that is an excellent idea, Pip. I've got, as I said, I've got an insulated mug filled with ice. I've got water on ice in an insulated bag. I am good to go.
Good day, Elvis 3573.
Kevin Kelly with $2 super chat says, how do I become a mod? And that is very simple. Just write to me at, here's my email address, walt@runwaydfw.com. Pretty simple to remember, Walt, W-A-L-T, at runwaydfw.com. Let me know why you'd like to be a mod, why you would subject yourself to this kind of abuse for no remuneration whatsoever, and I'll send you the particulars, and we can, if you agree to that, then we will install you as a mod. As you looked at United Flight 1728 coming in from San Francisco, A380. Brooksy Cowgill says, I saw you at Founders Plaza 2 times. Keeping track. Keeping count. Andrew Templeton says, afternoon, Walt. Flying back to DFW tomorrow after hanging out in Florida with Hurricane Debbie. Well, that doesn't sound very appetizing. Here is an American Airlines Heritage livery. That would be Urino Air. That plane arriving, it's Flight 452, arriving from Kalispell, Montana. The Urino Air retro livery on a 737-800. I spy our first UPS aircraft of the afternoon. This is crossing runways 18 right and 18 left on its way to the UPS facility here just south of us at Founders Plaza. Bill Platt makes it be known that mods are chained up in the basement of DFW Airport for weeks on end. We drink from sponges and watch countless hours of Rickroll videos on a loop while staring at wallpaper covered in outdated memes. And don't forget, I subject you to endless hours of 70s music as well. 70s production music. So the United Airlines plane there for you. That's flight 2655. It's going to Denver. It's an Airbus A319. Dating back to the turn of the century. It's 24 years old this month. Chrissy Girl says, happy Saturday, everyone. Pleasure to have you on board with us. Couldn't quite make out that departure there. Oh, I think I see Finnair. There goes the United plane. We've got Finnair headed in our direction. Flight 20 going to Helsinki. An Airbus A350-900.
There it is. There it is.
Sometimes this aircraft will be directed over to the east side. We'll see what happens. So we get a little weather forecast here. "94 degrees. The wind almost inconsequential. 2 miles an hour out of the east-northeast. Gusting to 7 miles an hour. "6 miles of visibility. And no precipitation. We have another UPS plane to check out here. This is an Airbus A300. It is arriving from Ontario, California.
Where is C? So again we are here to spot A380 and looking like
Well, we're almost in the shade here. Here at Founders Plaza, as we see the Finnair A380 come into sight with an Alaska Airlines 737-900 going out to Seattle, flight 416. I saw everybody turning around behind me, or looking in the other direction than I was, so I thought maybe I would point my lens in this direction, and there you go. That's the Airbus A380 Speedbird on final approach from London. And the Finnair takeoff has held off on us, so we'll get a chance to look at that. Flight 193 from London Heathrow, arriving after 9 hours and 18 minutes in the air. Had a couple of super chats that I missed. Didn't mean to do that. Emery Yurtis with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Emery. Where's the E-Jet going to? I'm sorry, but I missed seeing that when you sent it, so I don't know if I can answer your question. I apologize for that. And Kevin Kelly with a $2 super chat. Can you put it on the screen for me? And did you mean are you referring to the email address for Runway DFW? And once again, it's Walt, W-A-L-T, at runwaydfw.com. Got Leighton next to me, taking some pictures of the big Finnair jet.
That's awesome. I got out for perfection. Because we don't make mistakes.
We'll take one more shot. Barabar?
That was interesting. Kylo Ren Radio just logged on. Any update on the Founders Plaza sunshine situation? I was gonna. Apparently, our camera, which purports to show me in context, is not working right now. So we're down to 2 cameras. Off to the finish line, Josh Aldrich. Bry Guy says hello, everyone. Ron Sees America says going outside to watch Finnair fly over. Dreambird says hi, Walt Mods in chat. Elmer notes that the heat is hard on the camera. I am sure it is. We're doing okay so far. Brooksy Cowgirl says, can you say my brother's main? Colin Cowgill? I think they meant name, but all right, Colin Cowgill. So, let's see what we got here. We've got on the flight line there, it's an American baby bus going to Wichita, Kansas, flight 2366. Coming in now. Wait a minute. I think we have another Heritage livery. If we can find it here. Well, caught a little bit of it there. Saw the eagle on the tail. Couldn't tell if that was the American Eagle Heritage livery. Yes, that was the American Eagle Heritage livery we just caught a little taste of there.
Takeoff 18 last American 2366.
There's a quirk about the software or the hardware that I'm using today is that it doesn't display the messages from our channel members who are celebrating anniversaries, and I don't know why that is. They just don't appear on the screen, and so I can't share them with you. You see the automated version of that salute appear on the screen, but I can't play it back to you for some reason. Maybe as we cool off, I'll be able to get a better view of that.
Have a great day as well, American 23.
Incoming from Idaho Falls, CRJ 701 American Eagle flight. Well, we've been on the air now, kind of with you for about an hour now. So let me just remind you that you're watching Runway DFW live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Our music selections are temporarily disabled while our playback device cools off. So just hum some snazzy music to yourself as we bring you the cavalcade of aircraft from one of the world's busiest airports. My name is Walt, and it's my pleasure to meet you if you're new to us. Happy to have you here with us on the channel. Leslie Morgan celebrating 5 months of aviation delight. Thank you, Leslie. Dave Airplane checking in from Denver, Colorado. We're almost in the shade here, Dave. Speaking of retro liveries, we missed bringing you, because we were still setting up, the Cargolux retro livery. 747 coming in. So maybe if we're lucky, we'll get to see that go out later this evening. Robert Miner checking in from the left coast, Sacramento, California area. Hello there, Robert. Wes Westbrook says, "Hi, Walt, mods and viewers." Jane Welshie Lady, watching on TV in bed? Well, it's late where you are. And Bill M has given up on us, saying, I guess I'll be going now to watch some other stream. Thanks again for your time. Thank you, Bill. We're glad you could check us out. American Flight 1599 is going to Las Vegas, Nevada. It's an Airbus A321. Sean Gill says Cargolux to Luxembourg, estimated departure at 5:50 p.m. So we can look forward to that. In the 5 o'clock hour, there's one of the Qatar A350-1000s We get 2 of those a day from Doha. Okay, so Kevin Kelly says just send an email to you. I'll look forward to that. I won't get to look at it until later, but thank you, Kevin. Gina M says, how far out is the Cargolux Retro? If it's about dinner time, you'll be spared my comparisons with her and my girl. Well, it's here. The Cargolux Retro is here. So we may get to see that in the next hour. Watching there, an Embraer 175 coming in from Bismarck. American Eagle 3839. Let's see if I can see what happened to our tertiary camera, which when I punch it up there, it doesn't seem to be working. Hold on a second.
Departure on board the 789.
Well, looky there, we got that camera back going. Delt's coming in from Minneapolis, St. Paul on an Airbus A380. And if once our iPad cools off, we'll be able to play you our 20th century jingles. That one was coming in from the year 1998. Ron Sees America says, happy birthday, Leighton Calhoun. We're birthday brothers. Tomorrow is my birthday as well. And I promised to play the official Runway DFW birthday song once we get our gear cooled off. Tyler Jones says, good evening, Walt and everyone. Tuning in from southeast Oklahoma, about 2.5 hours from DFW. Always enjoy the content. Walt. Well, I'll put in a plug for my TV station. I hope you watch K10. Which serves southeast Oklahoma, depending on what part of southeast Oklahoma you're in. Well, it's the Delta hour here. What, have they got a hub here or something? During our Thursday morning broadcast at Love Field, we got to see a Delta 717. I know. That was flight 2811. That was an Airbus A220 arriving from Salt Lake City. And that is, let me get a second look at that because that plane is brand new as of this year. Having been christened in February. So it's quite a stretch we had there from like a 27-year-old plane to a brand new one. Aviation Geek lets us know that his birthday's in 3 weeks. Leslie Morgan says, gotta say, my life's better for participating in these streams and being a part of the Runway DFW community. Thanks to Walt and everyone. Well, wouldn't be a community without people like you, Leslie, so thank you for choosing Runway DFW. I've said it before, but I never imagined that I could be a part of something like this, especially something that's international in scope. Really kind of an amazing thing. Mahmoud Soleha says, wonderful. Sean Gill says, Delta isn't a hub at DFW. Yes, I know that, Sean, but thank you for sharing that with us. It did used to be, but it hasn't been since 2005. Luke, the random spotter, says, my birthday isn't for another 8 months. Luke, one of our great channel members, who, yes, we'll celebrate your birthday then, if you're still with us, and I hope you will be. Let me see here. Let me get out. Oh, I see our friend Kevin at Wellington Flights Live is on the air. I don't normally give competitors a shout out while they're on the air and we're on the air, but we are pals, so if you've got two phones or two devices, be sure to tune in to our friend Kevin at Wellington Flights Live. There's Michelle RS, one of our great mods and channel members. My birthday is 8 months too, LOL. And I see Gerard in there. Another mod of distinction, I must say. It's a little late at night for him, but it's nice of him to pop in here. Nova Rain, with her well-known saying by now, "Heyo, Walt and chat peeps." Nova, you must have a button on your device that spits that out, but it's such a nice sentiment. We have an E-Jet, which is now about ready to touch down. We do have new viewers all the time, so I should remind them that here at DFW Airport, this is the big hub for American Airlines, and so we see countless American and American Eagle planes. They account for upwards of 80% of all the traffic here at the big airport. Mostly blue skies here today, but got some cloud cover. And we now have the sun behind the shade here at Founders Plaza, at least where we are. We parked ourselves where we knew there was going to be shade eventually. But for that first 45 minutes, not so much. Well, while we have a chance now, let's say happy birthday to everybody who's got a birthday.
American 1653.
from your pals here at Runway DFW. So whether your birthday's today, tomorrow, this week, this month, happy birthday from Runway DFW. Well, I have just observed a rather sizable contribution from, well, first of all, I've got to thank Michelle RS for gifting 5 Runway DFW memberships. Thank you so much to you, Michelle RS. And did this pop in here or not? Beth F says, Runway DFW, great seeing you. Wondering if you got my dash drawing. I am working on an Austrian Dreamliner and a Condor A330 Neo with custom colors. Well, why don't we just pop this in? We did receive your dashy drawing. There it is, Beth F's rendition of an Air New Zealand all-black Dash 8. Look at that. I think Beth F said you were gonna send it all off to Kevin at Wellington Flights Live as well, because he would definitely appreciate that. But we do as well. So thank you for sharing that image with us. Now I'm looking. I have to thank, and you probably saw it pop up on the screen there, it was hard for me to see, a $200 super chat from channel sponsor James Webb. James, thank you so much. For some reason, it hasn't popped up on the screen for me to punch it in, to share it with everybody else, but I hope you know that I am very appreciative. A lot of love coming in for that drawing from Beth F. You are seeing a American Airlines 777, Flight 70 going to Frankfurt, 777-200 ER. It's our second Frankfurt-bound aircraft of the afternoon. The first, of course, was, I think it was our first plane of the day, the Lufthansa A340. Carter Moody Unplugged says hello. This Dreamliner dates back to the turn of the century, February of 2000. Just escaping our cutoff for 20th century aircraft. Warren Rodriguez says Flight 70 looks pretty brand new on the screen. Well, you know, the airlines take good care of these planes. Well, I have to say, we did get pretty close to a Southwest Airlines jet on Thursday, and it looked kind of beat up, like it had been through a hailstorm or something. But yeah, this one looks good.
Tower, we're at 459 visual, 1 east right, we're parking on the east side. All right, clear to land, we're at 459.
Coming in from Rapid City, American Eagle 3845 and number 175. Now I see some chatter that our friend Michelle RS is going on a cruise to Alaska. That sounds very refreshing, especially on a day like this. You should start a YouTube channel just for that, Michelle. My cruise to Alaska. Leslie wants to know, is anyone else old enough to remember the Stevie Ray Vaughan song that begins with "Welcome to DFW"? You know, I should. So I'm definitely old enough. I think, you know, actually I'm so old that he kind of came after my big interest in popular music. But no, I can't say that I am familiar with that tune. Well, there's something we see a lot of at Dallas Love Field. Not so much here at DFW, although we do get a certain number of biz jets. And I don't see where that was going to. That's the sound of a new subscriber to Runway DFW. I can't read the name on the screen, but I appreciate your interest in Runway DFW, and you'll be able to now join in on the chat room if you choose. Going out to Denver was the Flight 1322 there, which has now disappeared from our view. Just had a JetBlue flight to Boston go out over on the other side of the airport. I can't see if I could pick it out of the sky, but it's out of my sight. JetBlue hardly ever comes. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen it come over here to the west side. It was an Embraer 190 making the trip to Beantown. Is that it? I don't think so. No, it's a United Express flight to Houston Intercontinental. Another Embraer, but it's a 175 model. All right, got a little bit of peace and quiet here. There's Sarah Deal, Baston.
21, visual 188.
I do my best to pronounce that correctly. Emery Urtis says, goodbye, everyone. Gotta go. Emery, I'm sorry I couldn't answer your question that you posed in the super chat earlier. I apologize for that. And I see another super chat. And I'm going to say thank you to Lucy Romero for a $20 super chat. I don't see the ability to put this on the screen here. I apologize for that. Oh, there it is. There we go. Thank you again to Lucy Romero. $20 super chat. I am going to Alaska too. Is everybody going to Alaska?
Cross 28 right, Charlie Park, there's local 1
I have to say that I normally favor warm weather over cold, but in the summertime, Alaska sounds really nice. Lucy Romero says, hello to all of you. I am driving and can't text right now. Well, I would suggest against doing that, Lucy, for your safety and for the safety of the other drivers. But it is kind of fun to listen sometimes, even though you can't watch. I do that regularly on Sunday when I know that Kevin and Rudy are broadcasting on Airline Videos Live. I usually have a lot of chores to do or schlep my grandson around, but I do get a chance to listen as I drive, and that's, I don't know, for some reason that's just as interesting to me. So in case you could not see that, that was American Flight 1961 coming in from San Antonio, Texas, 737-800. And speaking of travel, your host will be traveling next month. It's almost coming up on 1 month now. Off to Cranky Dork Fest in Los Angeles, Cranky Dork Fest weekend, which incorporates a lot of different things, including the Friday the 13th bash atop the H Hotel. So if you're going there, I hope to see you there. Then Cranky Dork Fest the next day on the 14th at the park across from the In-N-Out Burger on the northeast side of LAX. And then Sunday we'll be hanging out on the hill with our friends Kevin and Rudy. And then on Monday the 17th, I will be getting aboard an Airbus A380 Korean Air going to Seoul. And I hope to be able to bring you some broadcasts from Incheon Airport. Gimpo, who knows? And maybe give you some give you a little tour of Seoul. What do you think? I'm looking forward to it. I hope you can join us for that. Did I ever say what that was that came in there? Yeah, I did. Flight 1961 from San Antonio, yes. Flight 1005 from Bakersfield is an Airbus A319, American Airlines, another turn of the century plane from October of the year 2000. Coming into focus now, or is it? Stephen G notes that both of these Seoul airports have great viewing facilities, and that is good to know. Although, what I don't know is how good they are in terms of people doing live streams. That's always the... there's one thing to take pictures of planes. There's another thing to set up a certain amount of gear and hang out there for a long time in the same place. So we'll see what happens. I think I've identified a hotel where I can broadcast from, at least for some of our time there. That's like 2003 from Palm Springs, an Airbus A321. Singapore Airlines Cargo has lit up the radar. It'll be a 747-400. Destination Brussels. So we look forward to seeing that pop out as our... Did we see? Did we see it? Well, yeah. Matthew Breckshot says, hey, Walt, after Cranky Dork Fest weekend on that Tuesday the 17th, I'll be on a plane to Las Vegas for my 23rd birthday. Well, a happy birthday in advance to you. 23, you're really getting up there. You know, I did a slight miscalculation when I picked this location, because here I am in the sun, and I thought, well, see, I'm in the sun, the camera is in the shade, but just barely. I think the trajectory is such that we'll get a little more shade here as we go on. We've got a pause in the action here. Get our camera pointed in the right direction so we can catch the big 747 as it makes its appearance. As I step into the shade. Get a little drink here. It's time to pour another bottle of water in here. It is. So I'm unzipping my freezer bag here. Getting out an icy bottle of Ozarka. As you see an American plane landing in the background there. And as I was slurping there, we've got a parade of aircraft lining up for takeoff. First was American Flight 1710 to Kansas City, a 737-800. Next was a Spirit Flight 3703, also going to Kansas City, an Airbus A320neo. And that's followed by American Flight 116, 787-8 to Honolulu. And there's the Honolulu-bound Dreamliner. Michelle RS says, Ozarka must be a Texan thing. My brother will only drink that water. LOL. It's spring water, and it has a good neutral taste to it. And it's not overly expensive, so all things in favor. Aloha American, says our pal Josh. Brandon says, you came to Indianapolis this year to spot, right? What's your opinion of the plane spotting there in the circular city? Well, I was prepared for just about anything. But I was, it wasn't the position we got. Now, there's, just like DFW, there's two sides to Indianapolis, and we could only see one side from where we were, but it was right across from the FedEx, the gigantic FedEx facility there at Indianapolis. So, yeah, I had a good time. We got a good spot up on top of the parking garage. So I have no complaints. So yeah, if you go to Indianapolis, get yourself up on top of the parking garage and watch those planes come and go. Speaking of Indiana, Richard Carlisle says, hello, Walton, everyone. He and his family came down from, I believe it was Kokomo, to see us while we were in Indianapolis, presenting us with some wonderful artwork, which we featured on that program, and then subsequently I scanned it so we could display it more prominently. Looks like the Aloha flight gets to take off next. As we say, thank you to Terry M for a $2 super chat. Good day, cool 69-degree viewing wall from Western Michigan. Roy L says, hello, Walt, missing you lately. Our timing has just been out of whack, but nice to see you today, even if just for a short time. Roy, nice to have you here. Once again, this is American Flight 115 to Honolulu. as we now see the Singapore Airlines cargo 747 making its way in our direction. Wheels up to Honolulu. My button didn't work as we welcome this Cargolux 747 coming in from Anchorage. Seven 747-8, 9-year-old aircraft. Yeah, we're about to have one of those increasingly rare, at least for here at DFW Airport, 747 ×2 shots, in which we will bring you 8 engines altogether on 2 planes. And again, we have another Cargolux parked back where this one's going to park, which is the retro livery Cargolux. And Josh Aldrich with the math equation that we favor here at Runway DFW: 4 engines always greater than 2. It's just math, people. The math is mathin', says Leslie. I mean, you know, math is not opinion, it's science. And the big plane is waiting now for traffic on 18 right to clear. Got an American Airlines A321neo about to pop down from Phoenix, Arizona. Also waiting to cross the runway in the other direction is it's an American Airlines Dreamliner. I'll sweep right over here to get a final look at the Cargolux tail as it ducks into the cargo area. There we go, got to do a little crossover here. Some Boeing sisters. So Singapore going to Brussels, it's entirely possible that it could be directed over to the east side for takeoff. Now it's got to pause for 18 left traffic, which is taking off. If you're just tuning in, hello to you from Runway DFW, live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. We come to you usually multiple times a week. This week we were a little short on appearances. We only did, so we were here last Thursday, no, last Saturday. A week ago Saturday, and that program was kind of abbreviated because it was we were in an alternate location, and when it gets dark we really can't be there. Got United Airlines Flight 578 coming in from Denver, an Airbus A319. Just catch the touchdown of that plane. And it does look like the 747 is making a right turn and is going to make a take off from the short T here at DFW Airport. And I think as soon as this plane takes off, I'm going to reposition our table here so that I can be in the shade, because I really picked the wrong spot by about 2 feet. Dreambird says, I see I got a membership. Thank you so much for whoever gifted it to me. We have a lot of very generous viewers, Dreambird. We've got a UPS 757 lit up on the radar. It'll be off to San Antonio shortly. We've also got an American Airlines 777, which is about to make its way to Paris, where I guess the Olympics closing ceremonies are tomorrow. Leslie says we need to get Walt a portable canopy. You know, the funny thing is I have a portable canopy, but it's really, it would be too cumbersome to deploy. Although it looks like, you know, from all of the things I have here, which look very cumbersome, that might be a little too much. Here we go, off to Brussels.
Hello, Tower Line. Taking up time is 8 miles, 1 acre. Runway 1 acre, 48 minutes. American City.
The big Paris-bound 777 now enters our view. Triple 200ER, dating back to the year 2021. Anthony Guinan, thank you so much for a $5 super chat. Au revoir. Bon voyage. And you see it, whoops, see it getting a little different vector than the 747 got. Leslie Morgan says, what just fell off, or is that a bird? I don't want to alarm anybody. I think that those were birds that flew through the shop there. Mike G wants to know, does Emirates fly into DFW? Yes, they do. They fly one flight a day from Dubai. It's on the 777. Oh yeah, there's Josh answering that question for you. Thank you, Josh. The flight comes in the morning, around 9:30, and then goes out, I guess, early afternoon. It's some sort of a fire over there on the horizon. Just kind of barely make out the smoke there. We mentioned a little earlier a UPS 757, and there it is. But you know what? We're going to turn around because we got another cargo plane about to make the scene. This is one we all like to see. MD-11. Because 3 jets are better than 2. I see on the screen, I can't tap it right now, but Steve Madison says hello from northern Scotland. Good to see you, Steve. So there you have a 29-year-old 757 on its way to San Antonio. And a 31-year-old Trijet, which celebrated its birthday in June. 31 years. PA Flyer 65 says, I saw that UPS MD-11 take off from Philadelphia this morning. So this will add to our MD-11 quotient here. It'll be the second one in the house over at UPS. And of course FedEx still flies the MD-11 as well. We don't get to see the FedEx fleet from this location very often. I think we saw one this summer. An MD-11 came over here to take off at night, and I was totally surprised. So once again, the UPS 757 is on its way to San Antonio. Devanish Malampi says, I know I saw a message there. Rolled off the screen. Anyway, I'm a big fan of the 757. We would expect a very snappy takeoff. Let's see what happens. Okay, so here's the part of the show where I'm going to try something. I don't know how well it's going to work. I'm going to try to move my gear over so that I'm more in the shade, just by a couple of feet. Let's see, can I do this? By gum, I think I've done it.
All right, one more time. Runway 18 left, American 2005.
All right, so now I have to pretend I'm left-handed.
Echo Alpha, hold short 18 left.
We have an Airbus A321 coming in from Seattle. Flight number 2767, I think. Gerard setting my movements to song.
Right, American 21. We have Boston West today. Hard out there, 18 left, super takeoff, American 1024. One way to 18 left, American 1875. Over to the departure, man. Take out.
Got an Airbus A319 going out here. Devanch wants to know if I'm coming for the Summer of Spotters event on August 18th at DFW. I guess I'm out of that loop. I've heard nothing about it. I'll have to look that up. Thank you for letting me know. I mean, I am a spotter, and it is the summer. How could anything plane-related have escaped my attention? I don't think I ever identified ourselves at the top of the hour, so let me rectify that.
American 1236, runway 18 left, line of the way. American 22, United Visual 18 right.
You are watching Runway DFW live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport on this August the 10th, 2024. Nice to be with you. Nice to share part of my day with you. Yes, who are you? Says someone who should know who I am. I know who I am. Well, right now the only plane in our sight here, at least as far as taking off goes, is Flight 1276, an Airbus A321neo going to Phoenix, Arizona. And as it takes off, we may get a glimpse of Flight 2299 coming in from Querétaro, Mexico. a 737-800. Just got me a sip of water there. Mark Johnstone says hi. Hello to you. Dan Parker says good evening from YHM, which I'm guessing is a Canadian airport, which I don't know the code to. Hamilton John C. Monroe International Airport, it says here. Let's see. Devanch says one afternoon while I was spotting Suparna 747-400 at the location, a couple of guys from social media handle, I guess, approached me and a spotter and spoke to us and gave us a golden ticket for this event. Huh. Well, if anybody at DFW social media is listening or watching, here we are. Dan Parker confirms that Hamilton, Ontario is the airport code. And I'm sorry I didn't know that. I don't think we get any flights from Hamilton here. Arriving now from Roma, the Streamliner Dash 8. Wind is picking up. So flight 289 from Italia comes to us after 10 hours and 44 minutes. It's an 8-year-old Dreamliner. There's Vince Las Vegas, says good afternoon, Walton friends. Vince, will we see you at Cranky Dork Fest next month? I hope so. That's where I got to meet him for the first time. The Papa Smurf, the OG says good evening from New York City. The host has a soothing voice. Well, thank you. Why, I'm a semi-professional broadcaster. As you can see, we've got a Viva Aero bus in our sights. Viva Aero bus on its way to Monterrey in Mexico, Airbus A380. There you see an Alaska Airlines 737-900 going to Seattle, flight 573. Dan Jones says, good afternoon, all. Gail Pride wants to know, are you still at the airport? Let me check. Yes, here I am. Still here. So unless you're watching us, unless you're playing this back at a later date, we are live with you here on August the 10th, 2024. Who knows? There could be somebody watching us in 2034. Hello to you in the future. $757 chip says T-minus 35 days until a group of cranky dorks get together in La La Land. That's one way to put it. Zachary Ludlow wants to know if there's any big planes taking off this evening. Well, we've been watching a series of big planes taking off. We've had, I don't know, maybe 10 wide bodies, maybe a little more. We do have this to look forward to in the, let's see, the next hour or so. And I'm talking about the British Airways A380 Speedbird going back to London. Our friend Skittles up there in the Great Northwest says, it's good to see you, Walt. Thank you for this broadcast. And thank you, Skittles, for your $25 super chat and also for being a member of the channel. Ron C. says, I think the 380 qualifies as a big plane. I concur with your analysis. Craig Russell is a member for 9 months. Trijet member says, hello everyone, I just booked me a hotel at DFW Airport on August 26th. I'm super excited. I may come to Founders Plaza too, so I'm looking forward to it. So Craig, thank you for your membership. August 26th, I don't know what day of the week that is, but I hope that our paths will cross. And Craig, I couldn't put your message on the screen there because for some reason my software isn't popping it in there, but I was able to read it, and I thank you for that. Flight 2023 off to Los Angeles. The aforementioned Los Angeles is now rolling down 18 left. Take a little break here. We get a little sip of water here.
Alright, well, exit here, cross 18 left at Whiskey Lima, Alpha Route, and 0.35 on top, American 2390.
Take a look again at the big puffy clouds hanging over us here at Founders Plaza.
American 309, just outside Nettie.
Kevin Kelly says Walt Kevin from Airline Videos is thinking about coming sometime in October. I heard him say that yesterday on his Friday night extravaganza. So yeah, I hope he'll get to come. I hope Rudy will be able to come along, although I know it's a little more difficult for him during the school year. But at least he'll get to see Kevin next month at the old Cranky Dork Fest. A yellow bird coming in from San Jose. Let's tilt down to greet it here on Runway DFW. Now, let me see if I can get one of our other cameras working here. I think our GoPro must not like the heat. Well, there it was briefly, for one brief shining moment. Our GoPro provided an image to us, but after that, not so much. And yes, Chip is calling that our no GoPro. I made sure to charge up the battery fully before we went about our business today. And my thought was that GoPros are supposed to be pretty rugged little cameras, meant to take a beating. Maybe the Texas summer is not part of that. Ron C says, yeah, GoPros are better in the snow than the heat. Well, we don't get a lot of snow here, so. Delta, ready when you are, off to Minneapolis, St. Paul on Airbus A380.
1998.
A 20th century aircraft. Chip says the GoPros take a beating, but not a heating. And Gavin Nance says we've got a 777 on final coming at me. Well, let me be on the lookout for that. It's coming in from Frankfurt. So we'll catch this Delta aircraft soar into the sky, and then we'll swing around for the arrival of the Frankfurt plane.
Alright, out, full cross on your left, point 5 on top of the bridge, 2430. Thanks.
Are you not seeing a picture? Sorry about that. That's why I have what's called a confidence monitor here on my camera, so I can see what you're seeing or not seeing. Flight 71 from Frankfurt, 777-200ER.
$19.98.
And there you have another 20th century aircraft. An exclusive feature of Runway DFW. Well, the planes aren't exclusive, but our little musical tribute is, I think. Anthony Guinan wants to know if anybody else have heat issues with the GoPro. And I want to say hello to our friend James Tocchini, who says good evening, and at least it's not 100 degrees. What is the temperature currently? Let's see here.
Tower Envoy 3899, visual 18 right.
We have a little weather bug we can pop in there.
18 right, clear to land Envoy 3899.
No, not Burbank. DFW, 95 degrees, wind 3 out of the north-northeast. Yes, I was thinking the wind was kind of shifting around a bit. It's not a big factor right now, but if they turn operations around here, if they go into reverse ops, we may have to reconsider our streaming. We'll see what happens. Flight 2384 from, no, Flight 2834 from San Jose, 737-800, is about to make the scene. You saw briefly a Delta A220. It's going to Salt Lake City, flight 2816. We saw that one come in earlier. That's the one that was new this year. Got us a little Wookiee sound there.
Go to Mark, good day, on 2816.
Wellington Flights Live says, hello, I'm declaring a pirate raid from Wellington Flights Live. Thank you, Kevin. Yes, Kevin, I mentioned earlier when we started, I saw that you were already on the air, so I did, as a courtesy, make a statement to our viewers that if they had the ability to watch both of us at once, they should do that. And so your stream has ended from the beautiful land of New Zealand, and thank you for encouraging your viewers to check us out. So we welcome Kevin's great viewers from Wellington Flights Live. They've popped over here for a taste of Mid-America aviation. And I hope you can understand what I'm saying, because I do not have the facility to affect a New Zealand accent. And we had Kevin from Wellington Flights Live on with us live a few months ago. He agreed to, after much negotiations and trying to coordinate our schedules from opposite sides of the world, he agreed to come on our broadcast. And it was so great that he could just spend a few minutes with us talking from halfway around the world. Randy Bucksbaum says, I'm flying through DFW September 17th on American return. Let's see. Oh, I lost it. Maybe what will be on when you're here. Randy, I hope I am. As I've said, I generally can't plan out my appearances here much beyond a day or two, mainly because of weather, but also because of other factors, family things, work, my regular job, and grandpa duties, chores around the house, things like that. Why, just this morning I was trying to repair our riding lawnmower, and I didn't have any success. American Flight 2318 to Los Angeles is going through the viewfinder there. Freddie O says, I teleported from Wellington Flights Live to DFW, so thank you, Freddie O. And Josh Aldrich reminding me that I'll be in Seoul at that time when Randy was specifying, so I apologize for that. And a reminder that you're watching Runway DFW live on YouTube. There's our disabled GoPro sitting over there. Looks so lonely, doesn't it? Well, it does get cold here for a couple of months, so maybe we'll have better luck then. Chip says, we'll have to get you to DFW. We've lost another camera, have we? We can entice you with barbecue and Buc-ee's. I think Kevin is planning a trip to the USA. But I think it's a longer term thing, maybe in a year or two. But I'll clear my schedule for Kevin, that's for sure. Yeah, we did lose camera number 2 here. That may have overheated. So I'll let that cool down a little bit. So I guess we're down to 2 cameras again. We've got Barbara P. Sterling commenting, I don't know if this is allowed or not. She's saying, nice shorts, Walt. Her comment is blocking my shorts. But I don't think anybody's ever made a comment about my attire before. We've got a plane landing on 18 left. Now, normally we have 2 parallel runways here at on the west side of DFW. 18 left and right. For whatever reason, that plane was directed to land on 18 left. Normally the takeoff runway. So let's see what the next flight does. It's American Airlines Flight 2460 arriving from Santa Rosa, California. An Airbus A380 ending a trip of 3 hours and now 11 minutes. See if we can get this in sight for you. You know what? I think our behind the scenes camera is also locked up. We're down to 1 camera, folks. Let's see, I think we have a salute for this aircraft.
1998.
A 25-year-old plane. Will be 26 years old next month. One of the older planes in American's fleet.
Echo Alpha for 1 left.
Randy says, I know you can't figure out your schedule that far out, but I will see you Friday evening at Top the H. I'll be here for that. As far as the rest of the weekend, not sure. So that'll be very nice to see you up there. And Gavin Nance says the Cargolux Retro 747 just came online. And indeed it has. So there is Volaris Flight 4800 from Mexico City and Airbus A321. And we'll just swing our lens over here to get a good look-see at the retro Cargolux with the boobable nose. Decaffeinated Kiwi. Most likely a viewer of Kevin at Wellington Flights Live says hello, hope everyone is well. Lufthansa 747 fan says, Walt, I was at Founders Park today. Sad I couldn't see. Well, I'm sad. Well, maybe you saw the Lufthansa A340 come in. We did get to see it go out. That is always a treat. Oops, Newton Boogie, says Josh. Well, I'm definitely a fan of retro liveries and, you know, anything that's got a stripe down the side. This is 747-400 going to Luxembourg. It's an 18-year-old plane. And Gavin says there's a Dreamliner on final as well. And Decaffeinated Kiwi confirms that he's here because of our friend Kevin at Wellington Flights Live. So again, if you haven't checked out Kevin's fine work at Wellington Flights Live, I urge you to do that. Make sure you like and subscribe to Wellington Flights Live. And Kevin's got an advantage over me. Sometimes he brings his puppy along with him to plane spot. I have a cat, but I don't think he would cotton to that. Hey, wait a minute. Speaking of retro liveries, oh, I don't have another camera to switch to, do I? Well, there's a still frame of a camera, but looky here. It's the American Eagle retro livery. It's an Embraer 170. Stripes aplenty. So we'll get back to the 747 in a minute. This one's turning and burning. from Meeting of the Retros. Turkish Dreamliner. It's an embarrassment of riches here. Coming in from Istanbul. Switch to our still frame, so I don't subject you to swish pans. So that was Turkish Flight 191 coming in from Istanbul, 7879 Dreamliner. And off we go now. To Luxembourg, the home base of Cargolux. Michael Connell says, popped across from Wellington Flights Live. Greetings to you from sunny North Auckland, New Zealand. And thanks again to Kevin for sending his fans over to sample our plane spotting action. And Gina M says this is the second best retro 747. Is she thinking about Lufthansa perhaps as number one? So I think I'm missing some super chats here. Nathan H with a $20 super chat says, hi Walton, fellow viewers. Thank you for that, Nathan. And then there's another super chat I saw that just crossed over the wires here from Barbara P. Sterling, $50. Walt, time to show you we love your streams. Thank you for your efforts for us. Keep well and safe. Love to the DFW family. Thank you so much, Barbara. Gene M says, I'm biased, Walt. We know Yankee Tango is best. I know, but we don't see that one here. So that's about as good as we can get, that retro Cargolux. But yeah, I agree with you. Now, let me go off mic for a second, put on some snazzy music while I go back to the, see if I can get another camera working here. So sit on that shot for a second, play some music, and I'll be right back with you on Runway DFW.
Over to Park America 1771. Now runway 3954, visual runway 18 right, parking left side. Clear land 18 right, runway 3954.
Oh, looky there. We got our behind-the-scenes camera working again. Looks like camera number 2 is now cooled off a bit. So we've got 3 cameras in operation. Still, the GoPro is a no-go. So let's get back to the action, shall we? As we welcome Flight 2105 from Seattle and Airbus A321neo, American Airlines, on Runway DFW. And you may be saying, Walt, why are you playing music? Well, it's the top of the hour, and so we're going to let people know what you're watching. It's a Runway DFW, live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. My name is Walt. I welcome you to our little plane spotting shindig, and we'll be with you for the next, I don't know, couple hours. We'll see. We've got the Airbus A380 getting ready to go out to London. We'll see that in the next few minutes on Runway DFW. I'd like to give a big shout out and a thank you to Anthony Guiner for a $10 super chat. Fade out the music here. You know, one of the first streams I did, this was back in the early days of Runway DFW. I was playing some music. No, it's actually the musical open that we don't have today because I'm working off a little different setup today. And somebody wrote in and said, I almost turned it off because I don't want to see music with planes. I want to hear the jet engines. And you know, I guess there's some people who didn't even want me to talk, which, you know, I understand. And there are some, of course, plane spotting channels which just have the natural sound. And I think that's, you know, if that's your thing, that's great. This aircraft appears to be coming in from Las Vegas, Nevada. Lufthansa 747 fan, so what was the reason for the runway change earlier? When I was at the hotel, they stopped doing 35 and 36 and switched to the 18s. Well, it all has to do with the wind direction. Now, the wind is coming out of the, well, I'm looking at the airport's information that's posted on Flight Radar 24. It says the wind is calm. As you can hear in my microphone, the wind is not calm right now. It appears to be coming from the east maybe even east-northeast at the current moment. At least that's my estimation. We have another international destination here in the form of this Dreamliner Dash 8 going to Rome, flight 290. That is an 8-year-old aircraft. So yes, when I was talking to Leighton, whose birthday is tomorrow, we talked to him earlier in the broadcast. He and his family just come in from Jacksonville, Florida, and they came out here in part to say hello, and I was so happy to see them. Leighton said when they got here, it was north flow, and that is to say the planes were landing from the south, and the planes were taking off to the north. And that switched around while he was here this afternoon. And I don't know, I thought I had seen earlier that the wind was going to switch around to the south during the evening tonight. Let me look at my forecast. Southeast at 10, southeast at 11, southeast at 11. So wind shifting around to the southeast this evening, according to my forecast. So we're about to see the plane take off for Rome. Why did I almost say Seoul? I don't know. Chip is saying the Aero weather app showing east-southeast at 7 knots. Cloudy Sayers, who you may know as a AA pilot wife on the social medias. And I lost her message here. To put it up again. Arriving from Oklahoma City, flight 868. Airbus A321 Neo. So let me see, what did Cloudy say here? Oh, hope British Airways A380 will be on time. Sorry that I won't be able to join the fun at Founders tonight. Hope all is well. Thank you, Cloudy. Well, I guess I'll be seeing you as well at Cranky Dork Fest. There you see Frontier Flight 1405. It's going to Ontario, California, an Airbus A320 Neo with Lewis, the greater sage grouse on the tail. So we can get a quick shot of that. There's Lewis. Lufthansa 747 fan says, you know, Walt, you should come to Houston Intercontinental and compare it to DFW. You know, I've never done that. And, you know, Houston is within driving distance, so I will definitely make a field trip down there at one point. Flight 1030 coming in from Silao in Mexico, an Airbus A319. Ian Zane says, I've been looking for a Dreamliner flight from LAX. I'd like to visit Founders Plaza for a day or two. Check the 787 off my bucket list. I'll be doing that next month. I have a triangle route set up on Friday the 13th of September. I'll be traveling from here to LAX on American Airbus A321 Neo for Cranky Dork Fest weekend. Then on the next Monday, which would be 16th, I'll be getting on a Korean Air 787, a Korean Air A380 to go to Seoul to visit my son and his fiancée, and to bring you some live broadcast, we are hoping, from Seoul, Incheon Airport, and maybe even Gimpo, who knows. And I think it's on the 27th, I come back to Dallas from Seoul on an American Dreamliner. That'll be my first Dreamliner flight. You may have seen it there. We've got another, speaking of Dreamliner, no, speaking of 777s, which we weren't, but now we will. American Flight 132 going to Dublin. 777-200 ER from the year 2000. Lufthansa 747 fan says, my dream flight is with United to London on the 787, and then from London to Frankfurt, and then Frankfurt to LAX on the Lufthansa 747. That's a plane I've never been on, is a 747, and I really am keen to get that into my itinerary at some point in the next couple of years, before you can't be a passenger on a 747 anymore. And I know that day is getting ever closer. I think I read that Korean Air is resuming its 747 flights between Seoul and Los Angeles, but I think it's in October. So it'll be too late for me to take advantage of my Cranky Dork Fest visit. There are other planes coming and going. I just thought I'd let you soak in this 777 for a moment or two while I soaked up some more liquid refreshment. Lori Smith asks, there's a restriction for riding a 747. What is it and why? Well, the restriction is that most airlines have put them out of service because they've got 4 engines and they're not very efficient airplanes, and they're getting newer airplanes. So, options are narrowing every year as to where you can go on a 747 and what airlines still fly them. Lufthansa still flies them, Korean Air. Only a couple of others, among the major airlines at least. And there's no US-based airlines that fly passenger 747s. And the pandemic regrettably hastened the demise of the 747, and British Airways retired theirs. And I think a couple of other airlines did as well. Sure, and it's going to Dublin. Gina M. lets us know that Lufthansa has the most passenger 747s with 19-8s and 8-400s. And Ian Zane says Korean and Lufty and Atlas VIP 747 passengers are the only remaining 747. And of course, we'll still see 747s into the next decade probably as cargo planes. But their passenger days are definitely numbered. Flight 329 to Boise is going out. Boise, Idaho. It's an Airbus A321. And Josh Aldrich chimes in with Boise. From Portland, Oregon, cometh this Airbus A321. It's American Flight 2655. Am I losing my voice? Didn't I see a 747 passenger, a Qatar passenger 747 on Kevin's stream? I think it was yesterday. Kevin of Airline Videos Live out at Los Angeles. But I think it is like a royal, it's for royal passengers, not for public consumption. But it was fun to see a Qatar 747. Oh, and there's two minds with the same thought. And Mike Cruz said, I thought that last arrival was going to go around. Well, we got a bunch of planes lining up now for taking off. All of them American or American Eagle, at least as of the moment. Get a view of some parallel arrivals over there on the east side. They have 3 north-south runways for arrivals over there, and so we don't usually get them lined up. One usually overtakes the other because of the parallax involved. I was going to look at the flag over here. Now we are looking here to the west, or to the east-northeast, and so the wind does look like it's coming out of the southeast to me, to my eyes. Cloudy wants us to know that a Qantas 747 is coming our way. And indeed it is. Coming in from Anchorage, 747-400. Let us draw a bead on this aircraft. Thank you for that heads up, Cloudy. I have virtual plane spotters right over my shoulder. Finishing up a 5.5-hour flight from Anchorage on a 747-400 dating back to the year 2002. And yeah, it's a pretty classic livery on that Kalitta Air. It has the stripe of distinction. Jacob Sharp notes that the nose was up for quite a while there. Lawrence Cope greeting us from Chiang Mai, Thailand. Makes a change from South Wales. It's so crazy that people can watch us in Thailand. And you know what has escaped our attention here? One of the two Qatar A350 1000s headed back to Doha. Flight 730 is this. Scheduled to leave at 6:55, so it's about a half hour late. Get back to that in a minute. See if we can just catch a little bit more of this Kalitta Air 747. Leslie Morgan says, I see the golden hour is approaching. It is indeed. So we'll get to see this come at us for a little bit, and then it will make a turn to the right of our screen.
Thank you.
Oh.
I'm Gail Pride.
Well, hi, Gail. It's so nice to see you.
Love it.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Well, another fan coming up in person to say hello by the name of Gail. Now, I got my eye on the Qatari plane, so we won't miss that taking off. Just do a little rehydration there. And Josh Aldrich says hello to Gail. Kiwi Kim says, Kiwi Aura from Wellington, New Zealand. Love when Wellington flights pirates into a new stream and find a new city to watch. Well, we're so glad you found us. And thank you for your support of Kevin at Wellington Flights Live. He is a great internet broadcaster. And I'm glad to be his virtual friend. Becky Davies says, right guys, Walt, I'm off to bed now. I'll see you guys next time. Good night. Becky, thank you for spending some of your evening with us. Always a treat to have you on board. Mollyfish 54 says, great stream watching from Hastings on the south coast of England. And Kevin Kelly says, Walt the King is moving. Well, yes, I do see that. That is true. We won't let that escape our purview here at Runway DFW. And there it is, just as Kevin promised. William Quigley says, glad to see you today, Walt. I so enjoy when you are here. Thank you, William. Some cloud bank has covered up the sun, so this covered up the setting sun, so it's kind of making it a very pleasant early evening here in North Texas. Lawrence checking in again from Thailand, saying it's a beautiful country. The main airport is in Bangkok, is something to behold, and was designed by a German architect. Well, I have seen it on the TV or on the YouTube. I think one of the SID Squad guys went to the Thailand airport for some plane spotting. Seemed to pick up just as this plane was landing, coming in from Ontario, California. Flight 2635, American Airlines, and Airbus A321. Armad Pittsburgh Don 77 says, back to work. Thank you. I don't know what that means. TTYL. Ta-ta till next time. I don't know. And if you haven't already, hit the like button. We've got an American Airlines flight coming in from the city adjacent to the bay, San Francisco. It's an Airbus A321, flight 2387. We have some support coming in the way of a super chat. And this is from Cloudy. Well, thank you, Cloudy. We will have a plane spotting meetup at Founders Plaza on Sunday, September 8th, between 3 and 6 p.m. It would be awesome if Runway DFW could be live as well on that day. Well, that does sound like an interesting proposition. Now, some Sundays I am normally obligated to spend the afternoon with my grandson. I'm not sure if I can get him to come with me, but maybe I can swap out a day. But thank you for that heads up. I'm going to have to put that on my calendar, Cloudy. And thank you for your support of, you're not only a member of the channel, but you have chipped in with that very kind contribution. Thank you. Spotter party, yes. Who knew that plane spotters could party, right? All right, the big A350 1000 is now making its turn onto 18 left for takeoff to Doha. Lufthansa 747 fan says, what camera and equipment do you use? And all of our equipment is documented in the description of each broadcast. So we don't use all of it on each broadcast, but we do use it. That gives all the information about the cameras we do use. Right now I'm using the picture that's coming to you here is from a Panasonic camcorder, one of their kind of prosumer models. So there you saw briefly the A350 and its big brother, the A380, in the same shot. We will soon be switching this camera, for our nighttime camera, which is a Sony, I can never remember the designation of it. Alpha 7 3S, I think. Anyway, it's in the description. It works a lot better. Well, it works way better in low light at night than this camera does. Now, this camera is another Sony camera. It's a ZV-E1. And technically a much better camera as far as taking pictures than the Sony and then the Panasonic camcorder, but I don't have any lenses which can compare with the camcorder lenses as far as how far they can zoom in. The sassy 777 says, Walter, you retired, and if so, what was your career? Enjoy watching the big boys coming and going. Well, I still have a full-time job I run the website for a TV station that serves the Oklahoma/Texas border area called K10, which for a teeny tiny TV station has some of the greatest call letters. K10, K-T-E-N. So yeah, I still do that full time, and so I sneak in over here at the airport when I can and share airplanes with you. Molly says, K10. Yes, K10. Josh wants to know, what channel number is K10? That could be a trick question, because I think technically, because of the digital switchover, I believe we actually transmit on channel 18, but we're virtual channel 10 and have been, of course. In fact, this is the 70th year of K10. They're celebrating 70 years of broadcasting this year. I've only been there for 7 of them, so I've been there for 1/10 of the history of K10 TV. And oddly enough, our competitor, we have one competitor TV station in our market. It also has call letters which indicate its channel number, KXII. So they went the Roman numeral route. Kai, a channel member, Quadjet channel member, says, hi all, good evening to everybody watching. Texas Gal 07 says, evening everyone. And she says, when we visit family out in West Texas, they have K-Tab and K-Texas. And Josh Aldrich says we have KFOR in Oklahoma City, which is virtual Channel 4. So TV talk for you here at Runway DFW on this Saturday evening. Well, I've got to plunge another bottle of Ozarka into my insulated mug here. So yes, and for anybody who's concerned, I'm getting quite, my hydration is doing very well. Now I'll do some Foley, as they call it in the business, and let you hear me pouring my drink into my bottle. Doesn't that sound refreshing? Wow, the drink was so cold. It actually has ice in the bottle. I couldn't get it all out. The last bit was frozen. So we wait for the super speed bird take off, and typically it has been taking off from about that position, which is, I don't know, about a quarter of the way down runway 18 left. It doesn't come all the way up to the top where we would expect a big giant jet like that to need all the runway it could it could utilize, but doesn't need it. And Kevin wants us to know, Kevin Kelly, that we do have a Queen coming out of the cargo bay. And that would be the other Cargolux, the non-retro livery Cargolux. They'll be off to Chicago O'Hare. So thank you for that heads up, Kevin. Fernie323 says, anything special going on today? Well, how about a One World livery? Well, what do you think about that? So it was American Flight 1803, arriving from McAllen, Texas, a 737-800. And here is the aforementioned 747-400. No, I'm sorry, 747-800. Going to Chicago, Cargolux flight 5907, the 9-year-old Queen of the Skies. So we got a king and queen out here now on the 18s. So it does look as though the A380 is about to take off from the short T here at DFW Airport. Royalty on the move, says O'Malley. Yes, we may get a twofer here. Safe travels back to the home base of London. Royalty indeed. As we now keep an eye on the Cargolux. This plane again going to Chicago O'Hare.
Runway 3596, visual 1 Airways. 1 Airways, clear to land, runway 3596. Takeoff 1A left, RNAV is my American 20. That's the white one I left, Mark.
Kevin with another alert, this one for UPS Flight 9770. An MD-11 on the way in. My goodness. We are in favor of that. Also on the east side, looks like the east side, yeah, looks on the east side we've got a Qatar Cargo 777 coming in from Frankfurt. And that should get here before the MD-11 does. So, all sorts of stuff going on here. Just before 8 o'clock. Just taking a little voice break here. Just taking in the sights and sounds of Runway DFW.
Hey, I just sent my son to watch the planes on your YouTube channel. So say say what now, baby? Cole. Tell him say shout out to Kai.
Yeah, say shout out to Malachi.
Okay, shout out to Kai.
Malachi.
Malachi, okay. All right, well there you go.
You heard him, Kai?
You said your name?
It won't. It won't. It takes about 30 seconds for it to go.
He said it take about 30 seconds.
So Malachi, hello.
He said he heard it. He heard it.
Hold on. There's the Qatar Cargo 777. And I think we've now got the MD-11 on final here. About time for us to change over to our nighttime camera for our main camera. Gotta get it out of the car. The Cargolux 747 is still waiting its turn to take off, so you're not missing anything. Trijet time, says Josh.
Over departure, good night, Airways 3681.
Nimrod Greeny asks, what's the temperature there tonight? I'll put that up on the screen in a moment. Normally we have it on the screen, but we just don't have that available to us with our current configuration. So we'll get back to the MD in a moment, but first we're gonna watch the Queen of the Skies lifting off for, well, I've forgotten where it's going. Chicago O'Hare is where it's destined. So here comes Trijet number 3 into the into a bay here at the UPS facility at DFW Airport. Going way back there. So that brings our total to 3 UPS Trijets in the house. Just after 8 o'clock here in the central time zone of the USA, and you're watching Runway DFW live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. My name is Walt, and we'll be here with you, I don't know, for another hour or two, so hang on with us from one of the world's busiest airports. Well, you know, probably I'm talking to a gentleman who's a pilot who, you know, we've been doing this since the end of 2021. So chances are, if you've been flying in and out of here, we've caught you once or twice.
Okay, yeah. I fly private, so sometimes we land over there, but a lot of times, if I'm coming from the west,
yeah,
I'll land on this runway here.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that would be.
Yeah, so we're not here 24/7, but we do get to hang out quite a bit here, and you know, we've had other pilots who've asked us to be here when they have their final flight or whatever.
Yeah. My buddy actually had his. He was a 777 captain for American. His last flight here, he got all choked up. I was like, oh man, I don't know what I'm gonna do with.
Well, you probably got a few years before that's time for you.
I got a little while, but I'm 35, so I got another 25 years, I guess.
Yeah.
But it seems like it goes quick.
It probably does.
Very quick.
Well, it's nice to meet you. My name is Walt.
Walt, Brian, nice to meet you.
Brian, nice to meet you.
I fly private jets. So yeah, hopefully next time I'll look you up here.
Okay. Well, here comes a United Express jet, I'm guessing from Houston. I'll double check that information. But I've got to pack this camera up and swap it out for our nighttime camera. So that was coming in from Houston Intercontinental, Flight 6074, and Embraer 175 LR. Well, we'll do one more arrival before we swap the cameras out, shall we? It will be Delta Flight 420. Coming in from Los Angeles, an Airbus A380. Here it comes, another 20th century plane.
1993.
Went out of our frame just as I punched the button. So a 31-year-old plane, still doing duty betwixt the City of Angels and Dallas-Fort Worth. I was looking to see on these older planes if they have the satellite hump on the back, and this one does, so it's at least been updated to provide its passengers with Wi-Fi. I did notice on the Delta 717 that we saw yesterday or earlier this week at Dallas Love Field, it did not have satellite technology on its back or on the back of the fuselage. All right, so now I'm going to have to swap out our main camera. So for that, put on a little music. You can watch me do that. It's kind of a mini chat stravaganza, but not yet. And so I'll be back on the mic with you shortly, but until then, a little bit of music and I'll pop on another camera here on Runway DFW. Well, and just like that, we now have our 2 nighttime cameras going side by side there with essentially the same shot, but they're both functioning and we can get going with more coverage for you on Runway DFW. Let me make the music go away. Let me switch over to this camera to bring you a look at Flight 80. That is a 777-300ER, an 8-year-old plane. It's going to London Heathrow Airport in jolly old England. Josh Aldridge says Saturday night's all right for spotting. Leslie Morgan, the mellow tones of Runway DFW, and Luke, the random spotter. We appreciate your patience while our nighttime viewing experience is upgraded to Runway DFW After Dark. Yeah, I haven't used that yet, have I?
Go departure 1370.
I usually wait till it gets really dark, and that's probably not for another, maybe we'll switch that on at 8:30 tonight. Rohit Parkal, I think I remember how to pronounce that correctly, says, good morning, Walt. Rohit coming to us, I believe from, well, I don't want to say for sure, I think from India. Somewhere on the subcontinent. Leslie Morgan wants some action. Well, this is as close as we've got to it right now, although this plane has fallen off the radar temporarily. Well, we have a little bit of action if we swing around here. Remember that that Qatar 777 freighter that we saw coming in on the east side? Well, it's finally made its way over here. It landed about 20 minutes ago. Pardon?
Is there someone coming in? Are you just out here just...
Just out here doing...
I thought someone was coming in. There's ever seen so many people out here.
Well, it's a Saturday night. People like to come out here. Yeah. Someone's surprised to see all the people here at Founders Plaza. German pilot Meinhardt says it's already 3 a.m. here in Germany. And we've got that 777 off to London. Let's make sure we don't miss that. Get to see the difference between this camera and our camcorder as far as the lens goes. This is as far in as we can zoom without going digital. And things have quieted down just a little bit here. But we do have 3 airplanes approaching for takeoff at 18 left. You saw one of them there, American Flight 3650, American Eagle Flight 3650 to Monterey. Mr. Flooded Silverado says, I'm a retired DFW TWR controller, worked there for 11 years, and now live in Kansas. It's so cool to be able to watch what's going on. Brings back fun memories. Love the action. And German pilot says, I'm just lying in my bed watching this right now, so I might accidentally fall asleep. Well, you won't be the first one. We have been told that this broadcast can lull you to sleep. So if that's, if that's the result, then that's fine. So, off to, what did I say, Monterey? Yes, Monterey in Mexico. I see a super chat from our Southern New Jersey pal, Bill Platt. I'll get to that in a second here. So Bill Platt with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Bill. Says, thank you. Nothing more. Much appreciation for that, Bill. American Flight 1217 is going to Denver. That's an Airbus A321. Colors are very subtle in the sky this evening. I don't know that this shot can really do it justice. But if you're here in person, it's kind of a nice pastel look. German pilot says it's the voice and the white noise of the jet engines that tends to put me to sleep. In a good way, though. Well, that's fine. Hey, listen, if we have some benefit to our audience, be it providing you with looks at airplanes from an airport that you'll probably never get to yourself, or whether it's just putting you to sleep at night, either way, that's fine. John Hume says, thanks, Walt, for seeing me through the early hours here in the UK. Time to catch some Z's. Great stream, and hope to catch you on another. Thank you, John, for your kind words and for keeping us company here in North Texas. 777 fans, we have another 777 for your consideration. Coming in from London Heathrow, flight 81. That's a sexy plane, says Mr. Flooded Silverado. As we see an emergency vehicle, a fire truck, pulling out of its berth, headed to somewhere on the airport property. We have a CRJ 701ER coming in from Tucson, American Eagle Flight 9925. And that'll be followed by American Airlines Flight 2366, arriving from Wichita.
Right, clear to land, American 2366.
You want us to go out and stay on the outside?
I thought for a second we could see them both in the same shot, but
Tower runway 3368 on the visual, 18 right. Rebecca, envoy 3368. 18 right, clear to land, envoy 3368. Good, right? Line up and wait, runway 18 left, here, flight 3211.
Rebecca Lee says, hello, Walt. Thanks for the stream. Happy to be of service. Thank you, Rebecca. Coming in from Wichita, running about 40 minutes late, says Mr. Flooded Silverado. Scott Randon greets us from Garland, Texas, a Dallas suburb. We have a Frontier plane going out, going to Los Angeles, an Airbus A320 Neo with Joey the Opossum on the tail. Can't get a much closer look at that. There's Joey. M&J Butzer checking in with a $2 super chat. Good evening, Walt, says M&J Butzer. And we're happy to have you with us, and thank you so much for that. Gavin Hamilton says, I'm anxiously awaiting Frontier's Things Your Cat Kills in the Yard livery. I don't know about that. Well, when you hear that tone, that means we've got a new subscriber to the channel, so I think our new subscribers. And when you subscribe, which is free, you'll be able to be a part of our chat. So I welcome you. Thanks for checking us out here at Runway DFW. Here we are, getting darker, over here at Founders Plaza. Yeah, let's see here. We have American Flight 1079 about to touch down from Charlotte, another one of American's hubs. We have there the American Airlines Air Cal Heritage livery, an airplane on a mission to cross over to the hangar area. It's a 737-800. Seen a lot of stripes this evening. A lot of new subscribers. Looking sharp, that Air Cal, says Mr. Flooded Silverado and Leslie Morgan. I've never seen that. We see it fairly regularly, maybe every couple of weeks. Graphic Sign and Design says, as a member for 12 months. That's 1 year of membership in Runway DFW Graphic Sign and Design. Thank you. 1 year down. Hope many more to follow. Thank you. I thank you so much for that. That really means a lot. We have a growing number of channel members who've been on board for a year or more. Flight 2351 coming in from Mexico City, 737-800. And Bill Platt has been kind enough to deliver unto our viewers 5 Runway DFW memberships. So you will see their names there now. And Bill Platt, thank you so much for that. So we've got Brandon, Mark, Diltz, Kristen M, Richard Foreman, all new members, courtesy of Bill Platt. What a guy. American Flight 2312 is going to Sacramento, California. There you see it. It's an Airbus A321. Graphic Sign and Design has gifted 1 Runway DFW membership. So thank you so much for that. And I would put that on there, except that's all it shows me. I don't know why our system does not provide us with the text on that, but it doesn't. So, but I can see it here on my iPad. So. So let's see here. I'm about ready to crank up the gain on our cameras. Give you a little brighter picture. Checking all our batteries to make sure that everything is in order. Kevin Kelly has now gifted 5 Runway DFW memberships. And so we thank Kevin Kelly for that. And we welcome a bunch of new members. Let's see here. We got Alan Prunier, not Josh Aldridge. He's been a member for a long time. And Ahmad, Nick Johannes, Maria Bergantim, Dr. C, Deborah Johnson. Very cool to have you all with us. Got a lot of people out here at Founders Plaza, watching the planes with you and us. Pacos Tacos 584 says, love the stream, guys. It was on this channel the first time I ever saw a video of myself landing an airliner. Well, I'm glad we provided you with that experience. That's cool. And Pacos Tacos comes to us from Aguascalientes in Mexico. One of my favorite words, Aguascalientes. Well, you came here to watch planes, and right now, there aren't any coming in. There aren't any going out. Kevin Kelly with the kind words of, I love this channel, Walt. Well, thank you, Kevin. And that reminds me, gives me the opportunity to say thanks to all of you. So let me pull this up, see if it works. Take out the time bug there. Okay, so now we're going to say thanks to all of our channel members. This is as of 1 p.m. this afternoon. And top of the list is James Webb, our channel sponsor, who gave us a very nice $200 Super Chat contribution earlier today. Thank you for that, James. Thank you for your ongoing support. And thanks to all of our other members. We'll start with our Quad Jet members. They are, that's the highest level of membership here at Runway DFW. So this again, this is as of 2 o'clock this afternoon. So if you've become a member since then, or changed your membership, watch for it in our next stream. So 757 Chip, thank you. A-List Flyer Chris, Alan J., Anna the Dispatcher, who we saw here in person, I think, last time we were out here on Saturday. Beaker and Honeydew. Bev A. Cubs Win. Deborah Klein. Dimitri H. Dwayne C. James Webb. Josh Aldrich. Thank you, Josh. Kai. Kevin Kelly, who just said some nice words about Runway DFW. KS Avgeek, Lori M, Michael Flannery, Michelle RS, Mike G, Pete Nordine, Arbauer 25, Raina Taylor, who I want to congratulate for her latest equestrian accomplishments, S35 Bonanza Pilot, Sarah Deal, Skittles, who was here with us earlier, Steve Lundaby, Will Hutchison. Those are our Quad Jet members. Thanks to all of you. And you're going to see the rest of our members now, more than 300 strong, coming at you, crawling across the bottom of the screen while we wait for some airplanes to do something here at DFW Airport on this Saturday night. Maybe we should have a little music here, because there's nothing going on. You know what I mean? I'll give it a try. Well, somebody asked about the weather. I was looking for the weather. Let's see here. Wind is coming out of the east at 6 miles an hour. And the temperature, what is the temperature? I don't know what the temperature is. It's pleasant. I'd like to thank Network for a $3 super chat. Thank you, Network. Hands doing the sign of the horns with sparkles around. John H., will you be out tomorrow? No, not tomorrow. Well, I invite you to watch our pals Kevin and Rudy at Airline Videos Live. I guess Rudy's not going to be there tomorrow, but it'll just be Kevin. O'Malley says it's 33 degrees Celsius here at the big airport. And somebody in the chat did mention that Iberia is headed in. Flight 6149 from Madrid. That's an Airbus A330-300. Be here in about 2 or 3 minutes. Ian Rhodes says almost 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Pleasant, I guess, as a Texan. That tracks. Yeah. 90 degrees, no sun, with a breeze. It's okay. Mr. Flooded Silverado, how often do you do this walk? Generally, I try to be out here 3 times a week. I only got out here twice this week. We were out here last Saturday. I came back out on... Oh, wait, was I out here 2 times this week? I don't know. It all blends together. We were at Love Field on Thursday morning. I think did we come out here on Tuesday night? It's entirely possible. I'd have to check my Rolodex or something. All right, let's see. Well, we do have some more action coming in, so I'll unload the music here. We'll get more music. If you want music, I invite you to stick around for Chat Stravaganza, which follows our broadcast immediately on most of these stations. Not very focused. Flight 813 coming in from Newark, an Airbus A321. Plane that usually comes in on the east side, but for some reason over here. As we begin saying thank you to our Runway DFW twin jet members. Yeah, we're going to swing the big camera around now to get the arrival of the Iberia flight from Madrid. taking off there in the background, flight 2707, American Airlines to Austin, Texas. The flight from Madrid, clocking in at 10.5 hours. Jimmy Henry, hi Walton, everyone, watching yet again from Paint Lick, Kentucky. Welcome in. American Flight 1430 poised for takeoff in Airbus A321neo. It is going to the city adjacent to the bay, San Francisco. On your home for DFW Airport action, Runway DFW. And you might have seen there the, is that Turkish? I think it was. Seems like either a quick turnaround for Turkish or we've been here a long time. Kevin Kelly with a $2 super chat reminder. It's time for Runway DFW After Dark. I think you're absolutely correct about that, Kevin. I'm going to get to that in a second here. Let me first thank Michael Schwarzkopf for a $2 super chat. Or I guess that's a $2, what do you call it? Super sticker. So you have been noticed, Michael. Thank you. So yes, let's see if we can switch over. Well, let me get through because of the limitations of my switching device. Let me wait till we get to the end of the membership crawl before I switch us over to After Dark. But yes, that's my bad for not being After Dark yet. Turkish Flight 192 off to Istanbul, and a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. There it is. 7879. To be more precise. O'Malley says, Turkish Flight 192, 10,090 kilometers to go. Yeah, that's a long flight. Luke says, I see a Trijet lighting up on the radar. You know, that's been on the radar for a bit. I think it's the one that came in. Oh, no, it's not. That is a different one. Okay. Very good. Okay, we've finished out our membership salute. Thank you again to all of our members. Take that out. Put this back in so you know what time it is. Now, do a little switch over here, switcheroo. So yes, you've been watching Runway DFW live in the daytime, but now it's time for Runway DFW After Dark. Yes, just before 9 o'clock here at DFW International Airport, and it's Walt with you as we kind of slow things down a bit and mellow out and just hang out with one another to watch airplanes come and go here at one of the world's busiest airports, Dallas-Fort Worth. So, if you can hang out with us, glad to have you on board for another hour of Runway DFW After Dark. Got another new subscriber. Couldn't make out the name, but thank you for doing that. As we watch American Flight 344 to Airbus A321, it's going to Salt Lake City in Utah. On Runway DFW After Dark. Oh, one more thing I have to do here. There. Stephen Bridges with a $1 super chat or super sticker. Thank you, Stephen. And I guess punched up that Ian was asking about the tail stands that were utilized on the UPS planes. There are tail stands to keep the planes balanced in case there's a shift in cargo. And yes, I've seen them on pretty much all the UPS planes out here. I know I've seen them on 747s and probably the A300s and the I think I've seen them on the MDs as well. O'Malley says they're also known as a pogo stick. Our next flight out is American 1399 to San Diego, an Airbus A321, which I think is out of the shot there. We'll pick it up on camera 1 here. We've got kind of a hybrid setup tonight for those of you who are technically oriented. We normally send out our signal using some software on my MacBook Pro computer. We are instead using a device called the YOLO box tonight, which is essentially a glorified Android tablet, which has a bunch of inputs and a lot of capability. It uses a lot less power than the MacBook does, even though the MacBook is pretty economical to begin with. But this is what we'll be using when we go to Korea and Los Angeles next month. So I'm giving it a kind of a test to make sure that it's going to work. And so far it is. Peter Boussier says, "Hi from Kentucky." Hello, Peter. In fact, I'm going to swap out a battery now on our on this YOLO device, because the battery I'm plugged it into is at 16%. Stephen Bridges wants to know, do you ever do this in the mornings? I just discovered this. And Peter, yes, we do. I try to do it. Well, the only times I can do it on the weekdays are either early morning or in the evening. And because it's summer in Texas, those times work out well, because that's when it's reasonably comfortable to broadcast and it won't overheat the equipment. So, for instance, we were on the air from Love Field in Dallas on Thursday morning, I want to say. I believe we started at 6:30 Central Time. So I invite you to hit the notification bell, or click on it anyway, or tap it, and to get alerts when we're going to go on the air. We usually put up our notifications we try to do it 24 hours ahead of time. Sometimes it's less than that. Luke the Random Spotter says, Walt, did you decide when and where you're going to stream while you're at LAX? I need to make sure my son is there to do all your heavy lifting for you. Well, my thinking is I'm going to get in on Friday morning. I've got an early morning flight out of Dallas on the 13th. I have a room at the H, but it doesn't open up, of course, till later in the afternoon. So I may go right over from the airport over to the economy parking garage, and depending on the weather, of course, it'll depend on the weather. But I think I'll head up there and do a broadcast from there. I don't think that will be any conflict with Kevin, who will be doing a live broadcast later that evening on Airline Videos Live from the party at the top of the H Hotel, which I'll, of course, be attending, of course. And then I may do... I know Kevin said he wasn't going to do a live stream from Cranky Dorkfest this year. So I may fire up something from there. I don't know if it'll be a full broadcast or maybe just kind of a, hey, here's what things look like and wish you were here kind of thing, but we'll see. And then it's always possible that I may do a super early broadcast on Sunday before Kevin begins his broadcast, because I don't want to interfere with his. And that would also, I think, be from the top of the economy parking garage, because that's a relatively easy place to get place to walk over from the H Hotel, because I'm not going to have a car. Country Road says, looks good. I wouldn't have thought anything of your setup being different if you didn't mention it. Looking forward to the broadcast from Korea. Well, we still have, pretty much the same number of cameras and everything, but our graphics look a little different because, for those who are accustomed to what we put out there, because we're using different sources to do that. But Gavin Hamilton says, don't forget to plan now. December 10th, Fiji Airways, flight times arrival 3:20 p.m., depart 9:55, A350 service. Yeah, we'll be here for that, Gavin. That is our plan. All right, so we got a bunch of narrow bodies going out, regional jets. Next one to depart is American Eagle 3492 to Corpus Christi, and Embraer 175. Enough of this yakking, Wall. We should see some planes going to and fro. AP says you'll love the live stream from Incheon Airport. I was there literally 4 times since last summer to this year. I'm very much looking forward to that. I'll have my son there to, at least for some of it, to help me navigate my way around, because he is a fluent Korean speaker. Ian Rhodes says, I wonder how quickly American is going to try and shove Fiji out of DFW. Well, I don't know, because, Fiji's kind of a route that I don't know that American would want to, get in on. I don't think so. There's an Airbus A319 going to San Luis Potosí in Mexico. Also, Fiji is about to become a member of the One World Alliance, which, of course, American is the founding partner of. And, I don't even know if American has enough planes, even if it wanted to fly to Fiji. It's got other routes to consider, so. And Fiji would feed into here at DFW, into American's hub. So American will get business out of the Fiji connection. And AP is wondering when Air India will announce its service to DFW, since news came out earlier this year. Well, again, we've talked about that before on the channel. I think it's all dependent, really. I think it's kind of a foregone conclusion, but Air India is not going to announce anything until it knows it's got the planes, and right now it doesn't have the planes it will need for that service. So they don't want to jump the gun on announcing that. There's a Volaris aircraft, Airbus A321. It's going to Mexico City, flight 48-01. Pulling out to the right, moving to the right on your screen, American Flight 785. It's going to Tucson, Arizona. It's an Airbus A321. On Runway DFW after dark. Ian says, living in DFW with our huge Indian population, I'm really surprised Air India doesn't have a route here. And I do, expect that to be addressed within the next 12 months. And yes, I think there will be plenty of demand for those flights. As we watch Flight 1241 head off to Seattle. It's an Airbus A321. There's the tail end of that Volaris Airbus. And those air traffic controllers just slingshotting those planes off the tarmac at 18 left. You may have heard the clear for takeoff given even as that plane was just lifting off the runway. This is flight 3999 Frontier Airlines off to San Francisco, an Airbus A320 with Juan, the Puerto Rican parrot, on its tail. Don't know if we got a very good look at Juan. Oh, there we go. Paulina Makiewski says, hello everyone, how are y'all doing today? Happy to have you here with us, Paulina. One more plane poised for takeoff, flight 2806 to Minneapolis, St. Paul. 737-800. As you can see, American Airlines. Wind picking up here at the big airport. Robert says hello all. Robert, one of our mods. Great to see you, Robert. We normally try to wait until the departure of the Flying Roo, the Qantas flight back to Sydney. We'll see how we do with that endeavor. American Flight 389 to Santa Ana, California is getting ready to head out as we welcome Nelson Mejia as a new subscriber to Runway DFW. Let me see when we can expect flight to Sydney to go out. Qantas Flight 8 going to Sydney. Scheduled departure at 10:15. So a little more than 45 minutes from now. Dairyland Elevators. There's Greg from Santa Fe who's saying hello. We're actually saying hey. So hey to you, Greg. Greg was a visitor here at Founders Plaza. Was it earlier this year? I think it was. Got to say hello to him in person.
There you go.
Garrett wants to know any word when they will take down the fence. I have not heard a word about the fence, so I don't know. It may be not temporary at this point, I don't think. Got an American Eagle flight going out here to Midland, I believe it is, Midland, Texas. Flight 3323. It's turning and burning on the night stream here at Founders Plaza. Matt chimes in, says, "Hi, Runway DFW. I'm one of the guys that sit up in front of the jets, in the American jets. Very happy to stumble upon your channel. I'll be sure to stop by sometime and say hello. I hope you will." Thank you for that, Matt. William Quigley says, "Walt, do you ever think of bringing a chair?" You know, I have occasionally brought a chair, a folding chair. There's really hardly ever any time to sit down, so I just kind of leave it at home now most of the time. But yeah, I do have a chair in my inventory of Runway DFW stuff. Arriving from the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, American flight 25. I think it's 2553. I'm like doing an eye chart here on my flight radar phone. It's an Airbus A321. Adam Polzik, hope I didn't mispronounce that too badly, says, "I didn't even know this channel existed. This is awesome. I'll have to drop by and say hey sometime." I do indeed hope you will, Adam. And if I look busy, just try to come around to the front of me where I can see you and wave. People have tried tapping me on the back sometimes when I'm following a plane and I get startled. So I hope you understand. Dairy Land Elevator says, does American Airlines have any competition at Dallas? Well, as we point out quite frequently, American and American Eagle between them have upwards of 80% of the passenger traffic here. But they're certainly not alone. And United, Delta, Frontier, Spirit, Alaska, did I say Alaska? All flying in and out of here. And that's in addition to the international carriers like Lufthansa and like Volaris and Air France and Finnair, British Airways. So, and then we've got, in addition to all those, we've got a bunch of cargo planes coming and going. So there's lots to see here. And Walt just said he would prefer if you sneak up on him and yell, "Boo!" No, O'Malley, no. Don't do that. It might knock something over. All right, we have nothing on the radar coming in. We've got American Eagle 4826 on the radar. A CRJ 701ER going to Santa Fe, New Mexico. Did I do that? Yes, I guess I did. I thought I was punched up to the other camera. William Quigley says the sound for me is now intermittent. Well, let me know if anybody else is having problems with the sound. Our soundboard has plenty of power. Our box that transmits the signals at full power. Have others in the chat saying the sound is okay for them, so perhaps it's some sort of a YouTube anomaly at your end, and the suggestion is being made to just refresh your page and see what happens. There goes American Eagle Flight 3364. It's going to Albuquerque, New Mexico. It's an Embraer 175. On Runway DFW after dark, our night stream. off to the land of Breaking Bad. Carol Ann says hello all. Hello to you, Carol Ann.
Hey, is that some kind of like official airport film?
No, totally unofficial.
Oh, this is like your stuff?
Yes.
Oh, wow. It looks pretty sophisticated.
Well, thank you.
Wow.
I'm totally unsophisticated, but this is pretty sophisticated.
You are, I'm sure you're as sophisticated as this. Wow, this looks amazing, man. So what's you making like a movie or something?
Well, we're live on YouTube right now as we talk.
Okay. Oh, you are? Oh.
Yes.
Can we watch your channel? Yeah.
Runway DFW.
Runway DFW.
So we're making new friends here at Founders Plaza.
So is that it?
So what do we got here?
Is that it?
That's it. That's you right there. It's amazing, this technology. As we take a look at American Flight 2587 going to Salt Lake City. It's an Airbus A321.
Hey, this kid wants to be in your film. He wants to be a movie star.
Oh, movie star, wow.
Is that?
Well, I don't think we have any Hollywood agents watching this show.
They don't have Hollywood agents.
Actually, I want to see if I can catch myself on it.
Jake Hagney says, curious visitors. If I was there, I would be too. Well, I mean, there's kind of a lot of stuff to see here. More than just some guy taking pictures. Thought I had pushed the right button for that, but I guess I didn't. So you saw me taking pictures of a plane that I thought you were seeing. Oops. Well, let's do a little better this time. What have we got here? Looks like American Flight 1641 is going to Los Angeles. It's an Airbus A321 Neo. Michael Connell, kind enough to check in from Auckland, says the sound is crystal clear, being 12,006 kilometers away. Been a great watch, thanks to Wellington Flights Live. Well, I tip of the hat to my friend Kevin at Wellington Flights Live for sharing his audience with us. And I hope you give him all the support he deserves. I'm a member of Wellington Flights Live. Are you? And while we're promoting our pals, our other Kevin of Airline Videos Live, will be live tomorrow morning from Los Angeles. His streams usually start around 10 o'clock Central Time. So if for some, I can't imagine that you haven't seen airline videos live, but if you haven't, I implore you to do that. Dairyland Elevators checking in from Madison, Wisconsin. Says hello. Here's let's see what we got. American Flight 2262 off to Silao in Mexico. Silao, you know, it's near León. The 737-800. Anthony Guinan says, Kevin loves those dashies. He does. It's an opportunity for us once again to take a look at this great dashie that was dashed off by Beth F., one of our viewers. Look at that. Look at that talent. Ian Rhodes says 810 is Sky King Day. R.I.P. Sky King. Sky King, of course, we pay homage to Sky King in our regular dayside opening. We didn't run it today, but where it says, out of the blue of the western sky comes, and then instead of saying Sky King, we insert Runway DFW. But yeah, Kirby Grant was Sky King. I watched that as a child. Fascinated. For those who don't know, Sky King, I'm not sure if, was he some sort of a lawman, I think, who was kind of an aviation equivalent of a county sheriff, but he got around in his twin-engine plane. Lloyd says, I'm the kid in the orange shirt. Is that you, Lloyd?
I just commented, yeah.
Well, there's Lloyd. Come over here. Come over here and say hello. There's our other cam right there. There's Lloyd. Good to meet you. Okay, I don't know what he's showing there. I hope it's okay. Having all sorts of audience interaction here tonight. We're about a half hour away from the departure.
You had him on? Original departure.
Yeah.
Good night.
We're about a half hour away from the departure of the flight back, the Qantas flight back to Sydney. So hang on for that. Chase Utter, the official documentarian of Runway DFW, says, uh-oh, I'm a little late. Don't worry about that. But again, a big thanks to Chase, who has, for some of our most recent broadcasts, compiled a list of time codes for you, the viewer, after the fact, to take a look at what we did, and it makes it very easy to find. And so again, I thank you, Chase, for all that hard work when you can do it. Gerard Strother says, is your camera facing south on takeoff? Well, right now, as we look towards the east tower, which is there in the, well, let's see, I'll punch over to the other camera, but generally we're looking east from here, and that's the east tower there in the center of the shot. The planes are taking off to the south, and that's what's called south flow. This is the normal operations for here, probably 70-75% of the time. Douglas Thorson with some Sky King trivia. Sky King started out with a Cessna T-50 Bobcat tail dragger, then moved up to an early model Cessna 310. Thank you for that info. Let's see, there was Sky King. He had a niece by the name of Penny, as I recall, who would accompany him on some of his adventures. I guess that was to get the kids interested in the stories. And Jay Cagney dubbing me the king of DFW streaming. Well, that's very kind of you. I'd settle for Prince or Viscount, maybe. I don't even know what a Viscount is, but always been curious about that title. But you know, I was kind of late to the game as far as plane spotting goes. A lot of other folks have a lot more experience at this than I do. So just to be included in that conversation is very nice. There's American Flight 2224. It's going to Portland, Oregon. It's an Airbus A321. Headed out. Thinking I may have to get an In-N-Out burger after this.
Good night, Will. Good night.
Wind getting a little gusty here. The airport's saying the wind is 11 miles an hour coming out of the southeast. Dairyland Elevators asking what is my favorite type of plane. And hands down, it's the 747, which we've seen a handful of today. And second on my list is the A340, and we did get a chance to see that. I think that was our first aircraft today as we were trying to race to get set up today. I was really late here today. Tried to set up in about 25 minutes. That didn't work out. Now we did get on the air, I think right at 4 o'clock when we had scheduled to, but I didn't have any cameras ready, so we were just showing you, in effect, a test pattern until I could get everything plugged in. So we didn't really officially start till about 4:20, but Chip says, Walt Kevin will be disappointed you're not going to stop at Whataburger. And you know, I like Whataburger better, but I've had really bad experiences at Whataburger in almost every time I've been there recently. And it's kind of sad because I do prefer Whataburger to In-N-Out Burger overall. But I don't know if it's because of the hour I go to. I go there really late at night, and they seem to be more focused on their drive-through customers than anybody who wanders in. The lobby's open 24 hours a day, but like walk in there to Whataburger, and I've gone to 2 different Whataburgers here in Grapevine, and they both had pretty much the same problem. This is only recently because I would go there at other times after finishing up a broadcast, and everything would be just fine. So. Freddie O says heading off to bed now. Thanks, Walt, for the great stream. See you all next time. Thank you, Freddie. And I agree, Charlene. We've made burgers on the grill at home. They are the best. I mean, you can't beat burgers on the grill at home. We didn't want to mess with charcoal or propane, so we got an electric grill. It looks like the regular charcoal grill, but it has an electric element in it. You just plug it in the wall. It's kind of nice. There still is an MD-11 over there at UPS, which is lighting up the radar, but it doesn't seem to have been. We've got 3 MDs over there currently, but none of them are moving around right now. Dairyland Elevator says, do you think DFW needs an expansion? Well, it's kind of almost always in a state of expansion. I think just this week I read that they're closing down part of Terminal C, I think it is, to rebuild it, because they've already expanded Terminal C in another direction, and now they're going to make the older part newer. The airport this year is celebrating 50 years of service to the community. It opened 50 years ago in January to commercial air traffic. And they do have another terminal, Terminal F, which is about ready to start building. It's south of Terminal D, south of the international terminal here on the west side. And it'll add gates, of course, as you might expect. James Smith says, I love propane and propane accessories. I don't know, propane kind of scares me. So, now we have the In-N-Out versus Whataburger controversy. Lloyd says In-N-Out is better. I think their hamburgers are really good. I don't know that they've caught up in the French fry technology, even though In-N-Out is one of the few places you can go where they actually make the fries on site. I mean, you can hear them smashing the potatoes through a manual machine as you hear the kerplunk, and you can look around the corner and see the French fries falling into a basket where they will then be moved over to the fryer and fried up fresh. So they should be better, but I don't know, to me they're just not. Lester Graber checks in with the opining about the wood pellet grill. And yeah, I've heard good things about that. We just didn't. We just want something easy. Just plug it in and unplug it, and so whatever. The electric grill does a good job. I'm happy with it. I see Raina Taylor in the house. Hello, everyone. And Walt. Hello, Raina. Raina is, I think she's still at an equestrian competition in, I can't remember where it was. I was looking, Raina, at some of the video that was streaming from that competition. I didn't get to see you, unfortunately. But I did see that you had won some awards in some of the groups. So congratulations to you. Points Traveler says, Walt ever been to Carbone in Dallas? That doesn't ring a bell. Sounds like Italian. Sounds like it would be good, but no, I don't think but no, I've never been there. Taters, comma later, says O'Malley. Let's see, we have some we should go back to the airplane, shouldn't we? What we got there? It's looking like flight 577 off to Denver. That's an Aerobus A321 off to the Mile High City. Stephen Bridges wants to know if you can DoorDash to the observation area. I guess you probably could. I wouldn't be keen on eating while I'm doing this. I see eating as something you do after, kind of like a reward for a job well done, or at least a job done. Another new subscriber to the channel, welcome. Lloyd says, or asks, do you change the clips and control the live stream itself? I want to see myself. Yes, I do, Lloyd. Raina, checking back in, says, I had a great first day of my horse competition here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, at the NSBA World Championship Show. I got finalist in my Western Pleasure class, and I got bronze champion in my horsemanship class. Congratulations to you. NSBA, I looked it up. I think I got it right, the National Snaffle Bit Association, Snaffle Bit. It's definitely an equestrian term. But Raina, one of our original channel members, Quadjet member, and the official equestrian champion of Runway DFW. Raina, I looked up your horse. It looked like your horse came from a stable in Pilot Point, Texas. Is that correct? Whoa, this is quite a compliment from the shy one. Walt, you are the Vin Scully of aviation. Love that play-by-play. That is just a tremendous compliment. Anybody who knows who Vin Scully is, a sports announcer. He started broadcasting with the Brooklyn Dodgers in the, I think in the early 50s, maybe in the late 40s. And he was just world-renowned for his ability to broadcast baseball games. And I mean, I'm not in the league of Vince Scully, but it's very nice of you to say that. I see Mary Extraordinaire in the house. Hello, Mary Extraordinaire. She usually doesn't come in until we start our chat stravaganza. I think she likes the music more than anything else. Dairyland Elevators wanting to know what's my favorite airline. I don't think I really have one. I don't fly enough to be able to have a judgment. I mean, I'm almost always on American Airlines because that's what you gotta take out of here. I've been on other airlines in the past, but recently, in recent years, not so much other airlines. Although I will, as we've discussed earlier, get a chance to sample the fine work of Korean Air on a flight from LAX to Seoul next month. I'm going to take you along with me here on Runway DFW, so I hope you can be on board with that for us. Turkish Airlines for sure, says Lloyd. Now I don't know if you're asking about liveries or airlines. If you're talking about liveries, my favorite livery, I think, would be the old American Airlines livery, the one with the AA on the tail. And American does have a retro version of that, which we see on occasion. We saw the retro version of American Eagle earlier in the broadcast. Did I even tell you what we were looking at there? I will. American Eagle Flight 3511 to Manhattan, Kansas. Embraer 175. So we have American Flight 972 going to Austin, Texas, a 737-800. And there it goes now. I pressed the right button again. Sorry about that. Points Traveler says, Walt, be sure to try some Korean bulgogi. I have tried it both here in Dallas-Fort Worth and in Seoul the last time I was there. So yeah, that's good. Pittsburgh Don is back. Pardon me?
Thank you. We had a good time watching you.
Oh, good. Thank you. It's good to meet you, Lloyd. Lloyd, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So long.
Bye-bye.
Are you here all the time?
2-3 times a week.
What days?
Depends on the weather. Huh?
We've never seen you. We come here all the time.
I've been here like 3 times a week since the end of 2021, but usually either late at night or early in the morning.
Earlier during the day, maybe you come?
Yeah.
Hardly ever during the day because I have a full-time job.
Yeah, you can't really see it.
Oh, yeah? All right. We'll have to catch you next time.
Okay.
What's your name?
Walt.
Walt. Nice to meet you.
Okay, nice to meet you too.
We'll see you next time.
Lloyd, good luck to you. Oh, there we go. Another satisfied customer. Emery Urtis has a super chat for us. Did you hear they are renovating Terminal C finally? Yes, I think we mentioned that just a little bit earlier, Emery. So I'm be excited to see what they do. Points Traveler wants to know, why are you going to Korea? That's a good question. My son is works and lives there. He's a journalist for, I'll give it a plug, nknews.com. And NK News focuses, as you might expect, on information and news from North Korea. Although they're based in Seoul, they don't have any personnel in North Korea, but they do have contacts there. And one of my son's specialties, he's become quite good at this, is he analyzes satellite footage and figures out what's going on up there in North Korea. Because, you know, there's not a lot of good sources of on-the-ground information in that country, which is just closed off to the outside world. So, he has become quite expert at looking at a series of satellite pictures taken over time and figuring out what's going on. So, I went to visit him once. That was back in 2016. So, 8 years later, here comes Dad again. So I'm very much looking forward to it. And there's Lloyd saying goodbye. Hope to see you again, Lloyd. Gavin Hamilton says you should change your flight back from Korea to Korean Air. They're that good. Well, for budgetary reasons, I mean, I'm paying for the flight from Los Angeles to Seoul. But because I have a lot of American Airlines Advantage miles, that's what I'm taking advantage of on the way back. To save money. Number 170 going to Chihuahua in Mexico. It's an American Eagle flight. Well, we just kind of skipped over the 10 o'clock hour. The random spotter said, I see what you did there, Walt, taking advantage. Well, let us do... I'll play this song here. Just to let you know that you're watching Runway DFW After Dark. Walt with you here on this August 10th, 2024. And we will be here with you. I think we're going to try to see if we can catch the departure of the Qantas flight, I think it's flight 8, back to Sydney. And that will do it for us, except, of course, as always, we have Runway DFW chat stravaganza for you following up. So I hope you'll stick around for that. Chip says, I sometimes feel like it's American Airlines' disadvantage based on the miles they want for some destinations. Yeah, I know. I got a pretty good deal on the way back. That's another reason. I looked for, my schedule's kind of open, so I looked for a date where they had the minimum amount of miles that were needed for the trip back in economy. So I grabbed that and then paid a little extra for some, I don't know, extra leg room or something, whatever they want, or a window seat, or I don't know. Ian Zane says, thank you, Walt. First time tonight, and I'll be back. I'm so happy to hear that. And Dale Hilton says, thanks. Now, we're not leaving you yet. In fact, we have a plane coming in. Had a sip of life-giving water. We've got Delta Flight 870 coming in from Seattle. It's Airbus A220. Three hours and 7 minutes coming in from Seattle on that 5-year-old A220. I hear froggies. Brandon Taylor says a snaffle bit, as we talked about earlier, is a type of bit that is used in a horse's mouth. It can be used on young horses like 3- and 4-year-old horses. So there you go. See what you learn here on Runway DFW. And Ian Zane adds his thanks to our mod team, our Moderation Federation. Thank you for pointing that out. 'Brian Paulding says, hello, my friend. Walt is the dog of choice in Chihuahua, Mexico. The Chihuahua? A very good question. I'm sure somebody has the answer to that. There's been some kind of a survey or something. All right, let's check in on, let's see. We're waiting now because it should be just moments from now, if everything is on time. For the Qantas Dreamliner to be backing out. So it'll be coming to us from that direction. But since it's not lighting up the radar yet, it's going to be another at least 5 minutes before they're before we get to see it. So we got a little more time to kill here. 757 Chip says, later everyone. Thanks, Walton Mods. Thanks to you, Chip, for your great and kind and nice support of this channel, being a Quad Jet member and all. Luke, the random spotter, says Walt is handing out rim shots tonight like they're candy. I'm just handing them out. So have a great night, Chip. See you again here soon. Maybe we'll see you in the audience tomorrow on Airline Videos Live. You never know. Luke says that Trijet is still there, lurking on the radar, giving us all a false set of Trijet action hope. Yeah, as I said, we've got 3 of those tri-engine planes back there. We only get from our angle right now, we only get a clear shot of one of them, the one on the right. But yeah, I don't know that we're going to see any of those go out whilst we are still broadcasting tonight. American Airlines Flight 2198 off to Sacramento, California, an Airbus A321 is now getting ready to take off. Pittsburgh Don says 757 Chip, he's a chip off the old block. I'm sure he's never heard that before. It's me stretching a little bit. Maybe I should have brought my chair tonight. Keep those rim shots coming, Walt. Ryan Paulding says, sarcasm, I love it. Raina says, Walt, I sent you the link from the live stream from the Mustang Arena, and you can watch the replay of the stream there when you're done with your session tonight. Well, I may not get to it tonight, Raina, because, not that I don't want to see your performance, but I've got to get something to eat. But I'll watch it tomorrow sometime. Maybe Mrs. Runway DFW and I can watch. So here we are, watching and waiting. Still no sign of the Qantas jet on the radar. I believe it was supposed to have departed at 10:15, and it's 10:18 now, so look at that. Somebody, I think in the comments before, I didn't get to it, was asking about whether there's an update on Terminal F, which is the brand new terminal. Now they are reconstructing part of Terminal C currently. They've closed some of that off to do some rebuilding, but as far as Terminal F go, we had somebody in the chat a few weeks back who purported to be an insider at DFW and saying they couldn't say anything for sure, but watch for the announcement to be coming in the days ahead. And that was a few weeks ago, so I would assume that the Terminal F construction would be pretty close. And when we talk about Terminal F, see if I can give you a visual of it here. I don't have my maps handy tonight, but as we look down south, well, I think to give you a better perspective, we'll look over here to Terminal D, which is the international terminal. And then immediately to the south of it, where you see that train going around, you see those tracks above, that will be where Terminal F will be going. So in the next couple of years, we should see some construction in that area. The airport, to do the expansion of other terminals, they used a technique where they would build it modularly off-site. Well, I think it was actually on the airport property where they would build it, but not at the location. And then late at night, they would get these big vehicles and truck the assemblies to the existing terminal to add on to it. Emma Yurchis with a $2 super chat. Living in Texas, I fly equally on United Airlines and American Airlines. And Emma, you're in College Station, or the College Station area, as I recall, so you're a little bit closer to Houston. So yeah, if you want to go somewhere, you've got to go either to, if you want to go far afield, you've got to go either to Houston or to Dallas, typically, to make a connection. So yeah, I understand that. And Houston, and of course, Houston is a big United Airlines operation or hub. So thank you for that super chat, Emre. I see a plane in the sky approaching us now. It's American Flight 1832 coming in from Denver, the Smile High City. It's an Airbus A321, and let me, before I zoom that around, let me punch over here so that you don't get seasick. So, yes, an Airbus A321 coming in from Denver. Can you hear those frogs? Flight from Denver, an hour and 23 minutes. Where are you, Qantas Flight 8? Ryan Paulding says, I sure do miss Continental, but glad Houston is a United Airlines hub like it was for Continental. Yeah, if you live near a hub, that does make it handy to get to a lot of places, and certainly you can get to almost any place from Dallas, Fort Worth, non-stop. Not quite everywhere, but it's a pretty wide variety of places, and certainly with one stop you can. We've got a couple of American Airlines planes over there. American 1371 to Des Moines, an Airbus A319, and a Flight 2390 to Las Vegas, an Airbus A321. Ryan is a fan of the A321. And Imre with another $2 super chat. Thank you for that. American operates a Fortress hub at DFW. Yeah, I'm sure its competitors would call it that. Of course, the problem for competitors is gates. American controls all the gates at 3 terminals, and it also has gates at the other 2. So here's the flight to Las Vegas on Runway DFW after dark. I'm hearing the word heavy being bandied about. Look what we have here. The Qatar 777 freighter going to Atlanta. So we caught just a glimpse of it landing over on the east side when it came in.
Okay, well, that's on that departure to take off, American 1371.
That's something to look at as we wait for the Qantas Dreamliner to materialize. This is going to Atlanta. It may well be heading over to the east side of the airport for dispatch. After all, it came in that way. Oh, I do see Qantas Flight 8 now on the radar at Terminal D. Doesn't look like it's pushed back yet, but it's in our future. Qantas Flight 8131, Qantas Cargo. It's a 4-year-old 777 freighter. Froggy approved. Got a Frontier jet going out with Tex the Armadillo on the tail. Always good to see Tex, very apropos. So we've seen a bunch of 777s today. Overwhelmingly, they've been American Airlines planes, but here's one that's not. We're still here, just kind of running out of gas, I think. Let's see, how long have we been on the air? 6.5 hours. That's a pretty... I mean, I know that doesn't compare with a lot of the other channels, but for us, that's a pretty long show. And I'm glad you're here to see it with us. goes a yellow bird to San Antonio. I didn't realize they flew to San Antonio. But I guess they do. So the big Qatar triple is going to turn around here, point its nose to the south for takeoff to Atlanta. Luke? Oh, air potassium spurt. I am keen now to see that flying roux. There it is. Coming from around the corner on at Terminal D. Tozover says, good evening, Walt. Because DFW is so large, are there 2 air traffic control towers? And if so, how do they coordinate with each other? Aloha from Kauai. Well, aloha to you. Yes, I've had the privilege of going up in both towers, invited by one of their managers. And they do coordinate with one another as well. Well, they've got to coordinate also with the system that directs the planes, kind of funnels the planes into the DFW airspace, because there's another control system that does that, and then there's a handover to the DFW towers, and then they get sorted out from east or west, primarily depending on where they're coming from. You know, generally speaking, the planes that are coming from the west come into the west side and vice versa, but that's not always the case. It just depends on how the flow of the air traffic is going at any given moment. But they do coordinate with one another, and also they also work in both towers. The the controllers who work in the East Tower also work in the West Tower, sometimes on the same day. And there's also a third tower. The original tower was right in the middle of the airport. And while it is fully equipped for active participation in controlling aircraft, it's currently idle. I mean, it's got all the equipment there, got all the radars and all the screens and all the telecommunications stuff going on there, but it is usually used mainly for training. Got another Spirit plane going out to Los Angeles, flight 1112, an Airbus A320, which you see there. Oh, it's the birthday cake livery. Wheels up to LAX. Toes Over says, thanks, Walt. Bet those tower folks sleep well. Another, does Air New Zealand still fly in and out of DFW? Thanks again. No, it hasn't. We haven't seen Air New Zealand here since I've started broadcasting at the end of 2021. I think it had been here before. American did fly, did establish a seasonal route to Auckland, and I think that's still on the schedule for this winter here in the US. Of course, summer in New Zealand. There's that Roo. It's a Dash 9 Dreamliner. Making the long trip down under. So Michael Connell is saying Air New Zealand to DFW is currently on Air New Zealand non-stop flight with ANZ grab a seat special of $979 from Auckland. I don't know. Is that maybe that's a connection? I don't know. But at any rate, I think that is going to do it for our broadcast for this Saturday evening. Let's see what we got here. Well, that sounds like an appropriate sound for Runway DFW After Dark. So, I don't have our usual graphics for here where it drops down in front of us and says thanks to our channel sponsor, James Webb. So I will just say thank you to James Webb, our official channel sponsor. I will say thank you to Kevin of Airline Videos Live for supplying us with battery power. And Kevin, those batteries will be all charged up for your visit in October should you decide to come to DFW. I would like to thank Kevin of Wellington Flights Live for sending us his viewers after his broadcast tonight. I was so happy to see some of his regulars find us, and I hope we'll see you again. And, of course, goes without saying, but I will say it, of course, to our Runway DFW Moderation Federation, the moderators who make sure that you have a very pleasant experience here at Runway DFW. So, what's coming up next? Well, it's going to be Chat Stravaganza. Chat Stravaganza, where we play music, you chat, and I pack up. That's about it, really. It's kind of simple. So let me get to my things over here. All right, that means we don't have our... I need our chat stravaganza little ditty, but I don't have it here with this setup. So it's chat stravaganza. We just explained what it was. We're going to put something on the top of the screen here, I think, which will let people know what's going on. So there's that is. And this is where we put some music in and you get to watch me pack up. And won't that be exciting? I hope it is. Well, it's not going to be exciting, but it'll be fun, right? Well, it's up to you, really. It's up to you if it's fun or not. So here we go with Chat Stravaganza on Runway DFW. Thanks for watching. Thank you for that very kind super chat, Dustin Jackson, a $5 super chat.
the brightest plan.
Do you remember?
This is the bright blend of easy rock. brightest blend of music all in one place. best of the old and new. The brightest blend of music all in one place.
Well, you know what that music means. It means it's the end of Chat Stravaganza. And your host is off. Well, got a few more things to pack up, but once I do that, then I'm going to get me a hamburger or something. Thanks for hanging out with us here tonight at Runway DFW. We'll be back again later. I guess we start a new week now in about 35 minutes here in North Texas. We won't be here tomorrow. Hope you'll watch Kevin and Airline Videos live starting at 10 o'clock Central Time for a full day of exciting aviation activity at Los Angeles International Airport. And we'll be back here at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport and or Dallas Love Field later in the week. So thanks for watching. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for liking. Thank you for being a member of the channel. Thanks especially to all of our mods. And we'll see you next time. Happy contrails to you until we meet again.